Chapter 503. How could they have broken through? It was a mess. It was all a mess. Everyone's plan was disrupted with Di Jun and Di Zhang's breakthroughs. The situation of the Great Shaman Demon War had changed like never before, and the outcome was unknown. As time passed, the demon demi-saint fighting Gomang was gradually losing. He was forced into a desperate situation and was about to die. Let's die together. Either way, he would die. The demi-saint made up his mind and rushed to Gomang's side, self-destructing to drag him down with him. Boom! A dazzling light appeared like the sun, so blinding that it was hard to open one's eyes. When the light subsided, the wood ancestor which Gomang and the demi-saint of the demon race had all turned into nothingness. Everything had disappeared. Wood wizard Gomang had died. Ah, Gomang! Demons, you deserve to die. Perhaps stimulated by Gomang's death, the demi-saint's attacks became more ferocious. However, the demons were not to be trifled with. Seeing that he was no match for his opponent, he pulled his opponent along with him and self-detonated, just like the demi-saint from before. Boom! Boom! 2 more explosions sounded. 2 demi-saints of the demon demi-saints were dragged down with them. Metal wizard Ru Shou had died. Fire wizard Zhurong had died. Shiha! At this time, Di Jun suddenly went crazy and desperately attacked Di Jiang. Because Zhurong's enemy was Shiha. Shiha had self-destructed just now, taking Zhurong with her. Di Jun went crazy. Di Jiang went crazy as well. In the blink of an eye, 3 demi-saints had died. Di Jiang's pain was worse than Di Jun's. Fuxi, Candle Dragon, let's die together. On the other side, Fuxi and the Candle Dragon were also fighting crazily. They both self-destructed at the same time, trying to take each other down with them. Boom! The self-destruction of 2 half-step primordial chaos experts was extremely powerful. The heaven realm, which was close to the explosion, was riddled with holes on the spot. It was not far from collapse. As the main battlefield, the boundless starry sky could no longer withstand this huge force and collapsed. Beyond the boundless starry sky was the chaos beyond the heavens. Now that the boundless starry sky had shattered, the primal chaos chi from the primal chaos beyond the heavens was no longer obstructed. It immediately poured down, wanting to destroy everything and recreate the primal chaos. Brother! With Fuxi dead, Nuwa was filled with hatred. She raised the cauldron of heaven and earth and was about to smash it towards the sorcerer tribe. However, at that moment, the Grand Pure One, who was fighting the Lady of Earth, suddenly stopped and turned around to return to Mount Shouyang. When Huda saw this, she did not chase after them. Instead, she went to Jinxiu Heaven and confronted Nuwa from afar. Not good. Kun Peng, who was fighting against Gong Gong, could not help but feel anxious when he saw the sage-to-be fall one after another. He could not help but want to leave. Unlike other demi-saints, he was not loyal to the demon race. Speaking of which, Kun Peng still has a grudge against Di Jun. Firstly, when they were in the Purple Cloud Palace, Di Jun once spoke ill of him, which was regarded as the shame of his life by Kun Peng. Secondly, he was originally the Lord of the North Sea, and his life was very comfortable. However, he was forced by Di Jun to join the demon race, so he was naturally dissatisfied. Thirdly, it was fine if he joined the demon race. However, Di Jun was afraid that Kun Peng would share his power. He only gave him a name and not power, leaving Kun Peng as a demon master without an army. With all these reasons, it would be strange if Kun Peng could be of one mind with Di Jun. His foundation had always been in the North Sea, not the demon race. With the thought of leaving in his heart, Kun Peng's hot blood gradually faded. He no longer fought with Gong Gong, but looked for an opportunity to leave. Suddenly, Kun Peng's eyes lit up. What did he see? The supreme grade innate spirit treasure, He too, Luo Shu. This Dharma treasure was floating quietly in the starry sky in front of him, and it could be swept away by the chaotic aura at any time. As Di Jun's lifelong spiritual treasure, He too, Luo Shu should be in Di Jun's hands. However, it was too severely injured, causing the mark left on it by Di Jun to be mostly destroyed. That's right, it was severely injured. The eye of the heavenly cycle star formation was not the sun star or the bell of chaos, but he too Luo Shu. As a result, the heavenly cycle star formation collapsed, and he too, Luo Shu, suffered the greatest backlash. It was almost on the verge of shattering, and only then did it lose contact with Di Jun. Let's go. With a thought, Kun Peng transformed into a great Peng. With a flap of his wings, he swept up he too, Luo Shu, and ran away. The fastest speed in the world was not a joke. Among the people present, except for Di Jiang, no one could catch up with him. Kun Peng. Seeing Kun Peng's actions, Di Jun was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This person really deserved to die. Pooh! Di Jun spat out a mouthful of blood. It was not because of Kun Peng, but because of Di Jiang. It was during this time that he was absent-minded that he was beaten twice by Di Jiang and suffered serious injuries. Tai-dai. Kun Peng's sudden escape caused Gong Gong, who was fighting him, to be at a loss. But soon, he came to his senses and roared as he charged toward Tai Yi. Except for the beginning, the 4 ancestral sorcerers had been suppressed by Tai Yi for the rest of the time. They were no match for him at all. Seeing that the 4 of them were about to be killed by Tai Yi, Gong Gong suddenly rushed over to help. The pressure on the 4 of them was greatly reduced, and they fought with Tai Yi again. The 5 ancestral sorcerers worked together to activate the geomancy map of the primordial world, exerting its power to the maximum. It actually attracted the support of the primordial world, faintly showing signs of suppressing Tai Yi. Previously, Tai Yi might have been able to borrow the power of Zhouxing to counterattack. But now, the boundless starry sky had been destroyed, and the Zhouxing had become tattered. Tai Yi could not borrow any power at all. Rumble. The battle was still going on. After the baptism of hatred, both sides had no scruples at all. It was as if they were going to perish together. As a result, the primordial world was in trouble. The first to be affected was the Heaven Realm. The Heaven Realm, which was already on the verge of collapse, finally could not hold on. It shattered into pieces and fell down. What was below the Heaven Realm? It was the backbone of the world, Mount Buzhou. Rumble. Pieces of the Heaven Realm's fragments fell and smashed onto Mount Buzhou's body, causing great damage to it. The power of each piece of the Heaven Realm's fragment falling was not weaker than the full-strength attack of a saint. The power of thousands of fragments falling down could be imagined. If it was the Mount Buzhou of the past, it would naturally not be afraid. This bit of attack was like a drizzle. It was completely harmless and could not cause any harm to it. But the current Mount Buzhou could not do it. It, who had been corroded by the resentment of the Chaos Fiend God for many years, had long been strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Its power was not as strong as before, and it would probably not be able to withstand the fall of the Heaven Realm. The destruction of the Heaven Realm also affected the earth. Volcanoes erupted one after another, and huge mountains collapsed one after another. Countless cracks appeared on the earth like porcelain. Rivers and lakes surged, drowning the earth. The sea also surged endlessly, invading the land. Even if the experts of the 5 Khanate races worked together and suppressed with all their strength, they could not stop the outbreak of the disaster. Every moment, countless living beings died. The entire world was filled with cries, cries, cries for help and painful moans of living beings. Resentment, boundless resentment rose into the air. It almost covered the sky. These were all emitted after the death of living beings. They were the most strange and domineering, able to corrode everything. And in a corner that no one noticed, an inexplicable force appeared, devouring the resentment. If someone traced the source, they would find that this force came from Mount Buzhou. Let's fight. Let's fight to our heart's content. Let the resentment of all living beings come even more fiercely. Chapter 504. Murmurs full of resentment came from the depths of Mount Buzhou. They were strange and unpredictable. Those were the voices of the chaos demon gods. They were venting their unwillingness. They were unwilling to sink into depravity. They were unwilling to lose their freedom forever. They were using their powerful resentment to corrode Mount Buzhou so that they could regain their freedom and take revenge on Pangu. Perhaps because of the loss of the seed of the world tree, the chaos demon gods suddenly became enlightened. They no longer corroded the entire Mount Bujo with their resentment. Instead, they focused on one point. They focused all their resentment on the root of Mount Bujo and wanted to cut off Mount Bujo from the root. In this way, the speed of the Chaos Demon Gods corroding Mount Bujo was greatly accelerated. It was not far from the day when they would be free. However, the time of the Chaos Demon Gods was not measured in days, but in yuan hui. Their so-called speed was hundreds of millions of years in the untainted land. It was an extremely long period of time. However, with the beginning of the Great Lich Demon War, a variable appeared. The resentment that permeated the world converged towards Mount Bujo in a strange way, and began to corrode it from the outside to the inside. The resentment of all living beings was not only directed at the Lich Demon race but also at the untainted land. They resented the arrival of the Great Tribulation and the inaction of the Heavenly Tao. They wanted to completely destroy the untainted land to vent their resentment. The simplest way to destroy the untainted land was to destroy Mount Bujo, the backbone of the world. The resentment of all living beings corroded Mount Bujo from the outside. The resentment of the Chaos Demon Gods corroded Mount Bujo from the inside. At this moment, Mount Bujo could be said to be attacked from both sides. It was almost undetectable. Mount Bujo sank a little. It could not hold on any longer. After all, Mount Bujo was a dead object, not a living object. It lacked agility. Under the attack of both sides, it was normal for it, which was not as good as before, to be unable to hold on. With the help of the resentment of all living beings, the Chaos Demon Gods, who originally needed tens of millions of years to escape, gradually saw the dawn of escape. That was because the stronger the resentment of all living beings, the faster they would be able to escape. Therefore, they were excited and used their magical powers at all costs to gather the resentment of all living beings. Quick, quick, faster. The Chaos Demonic God was about to break free. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Dijiang Tai and the others who were constantly fighting. They didn't notice the abnormality on Mount Bujo at all. An unprecedented calamity was about to arrive. Kill. The battle between the liches and demons became fiercer and fiercer. One after another, supreme mystic skills blasted towards each other as if they were free of charge. Now, their eyes were completely bloodshot. They were exchanging injuries for injuries, and they looked like they were going to perish together. It was just a matter of who gave up first. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the heaven realm had completely collapsed. Even more than half of the boundless starry sky had been devoured by the chaos outside the heavens. Chaotic chi wreaked havoc, earth, fire, water, and wind emerged, the 5 elements yuan chi went berserk, and a destructive storm engulfed everything. This was a true portrayal of the boundless starry sky. Zhouxing and the many ancient stars that hadn't been shot down by the witch tribe were unlucky. Not only did they have to resist the devouring of the chaotic chi, but they also had to be attacked by the aftershocks of the battle between the liches and demons. Zhouxing, which was already heavily injured, was even more seriously injured. It was on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, the 2 supreme stars, the Sun Star and the Moon Star, were still there. With their suppression, although the boundless starry sky was dangerous, it wouldn't be completely devoured by the chaotic chi and become a part of the chaos outside the heavens. With the collapse of the heaven realm, the battlefield of Dijiang Tai and the others also shifted, slowly approaching the wilderness. However, on the way to the wilderness, they inevitably had to pass by Mount Bujo. Rumble! Waves of destructive power burst out from the void and swept fiercely on Mount Bujo. The root of Mount Bujo was eroded. Its mountain body wasn't damaged too much. Therefore, the aftershocks of these mystic skills couldn't hurt Mount Bujo. However, every time the aftershocks of the mystic skills blasted on Mount Bujo, although it didn't cause any damage to the mountain, it accelerated the speed at which the resentment of all living beings eroded Mount Bujo's root. This was shaking the foundation of Mount Bujo and also helping the Chaos Demon God to escape. Mount Bujo's power was greatly reduced because of this, and it couldn't fight back. If someone dared to fight Mount Bujo so presumptuously in the past, Mount Bujo would have already fought back and suppressed them at the end of time and space. There would be no life and no death. From this, It could be seen that Mount Buzhou was really on the verge of collapse. Unfortunately, the liches and demons were already in a frenzy and had completely lost their minds. They only wanted to kill each other and didn't notice this at all. However, the experts of the liches and demons didn't notice. However, among the great magicians who were hiding in the void and watching the battle secretly, someone noticed that something was wrong. What's going on? Why is Mount Buzhou so quiet? Taoist Jiuyong asked curiously. There were very few great magicians who didn't know about Mount Buzhou. Many of them had suffered losses in its hands and knew how terrifying it was. But now, it didn't even have any reaction after being bombarded with so many great magicians of the liches and demons. It was extremely strange and inevitably aroused the curiosity of those who were observant. As Taoist Jiuyong spoke, he observed Mount Buzhou and wanted to see what was wrong. At this moment, another great magician's aftershock blasted Mount Buzhou. This attack still didn't cause any damage to Mount Buzhou. However, what was unbelievable was that Mount Buzhou, which had remained unchanged since ancient times, actually shook slightly under that attack. Although the shaking was very, very slight and almost imperceptible to the naked eye, it really happened. And this scene happened to be seen by Taoist Jiuyong, who had been observing Mount Buzhou. The next moment, Taoist Jiuyong was dumbfounded. The expression on his face was 50% disbelief, 30% shock, and 20% fear. Mount Buzhou moved. In the void, Taoist Jiuyong's extremely terrified voice suddenly sounded. This voice was extremely loud. It even covered the rumbling of the battlefield and resounded in everyone's ears. What? Hearing this, everyone's first reaction. They didn't believe it. What kind of existence was Mount Buzhou? How could it shake because of the attack of the Great One? It was simply ridiculous. But in the next moment, they believed it. Because when they looked at Mount Buzhou, an aftershock happened to sweep over and hit the side of Mount Buzhou, causing it to shake a little. This time, the shaking was even more obvious than the last time. It could already be observed with the naked eye. Mount Buzhou moved. It really moved. It happened right in front of the eyes of the great magicians. It was shaken by the aftershock of the battle between the liches and demons. Chapter 505. But how was this possible? Mount Buzhou was the primordial heavenly pillar. Even though they had witnessed it with their own eyes, the group of great divine abilities still found it difficult to accept this fact. It was because Mount Buzhou's position in their hearts was very important. A mountain that held up heaven and earth, separated the two worlds, and suppressed the ancient and modern times. It was incomparably majestic and powerful. He was an unreachable peak, and the goal of the people should be the same for all eternity and eternity. But today, it shook. It was shaken by someone's attack. It was as if a myth had been shattered. It was unbelievable. However, everyone who could cultivate to the realm of great divine abilities were all people with extraordinary states of mind. It didn't take long for them to adjust their mentality. It was good that Mount Buzhou was gone. At that time, everyone could travel the long river of time and space, attack the past and future, reverse time and space, and reverse the cause. Wouldn't that be beautiful? That was a good thing. Sometimes, thinking about things from a different perspective would yield unexpected gains. From the shaking of Mount Buzhou, everyone thought of the collapse of Mount Buzhou, and then thought of the impact this matter had on them. They couldn't help but feel happy. Unfortunately, they were all smart people. Smart people, it was easy for them to think too much. Therefore, everyone continued to think about it. Thinking about it, they broke out in cold sweat. If Mount Buzhou collapsed, how could the primordial world be spared? And if the primordial world was gone, could they still survive? This time, everyone really panicked. They originally thought that the great war between the witches and demons had nothing to do with them. But who knew that the witches and demons were a group of lunatics? They actually erupted without care and were about to destroy the primordial world. In just an instant, all the great divine abilities of the primordial world reached a consensus. The witches and demons could not fight anymore. If they continued to fight, no one knew if they would be able to determine life and death. But the primordial world was definitely gone. Crack! At this moment, Another divine ability swept over and hit Mount Buzhou's body, causing it to make a cracking sound. Not good. The moment this voice fell, a great fear rose in the hearts of all the great divine abilities at the same time. The shadow of death covered their hearts. It was as if an unimaginable calamity was about to descend. This was death. It was not a long sleep. It was true death. The kind that would never return. Apocalyptic calamity. It was definitely a world-ending calamity. Apart from the calamity of the destruction of heaven and earth, there was no other calamity that could make them so fearful and even cause them to truly die. At this time, under the threat of death, no one dared to hold back. They all walked out of the mountain gate and quickly rushed towards the battlefield. He couldn't let the shamans and demons fight anymore. It doesn't matter if they die. However, he would drag the primordial world down with him. Absolutely not. Quick, stop. Stop fighting. Even the heavens and earth are about to be destroyed by you. Even the saints were getting anxious at this moment. They could not care less about their own plans. They all descended on the battlefield of the liches and demons, wanting to separate Tai Di Jiang and the others. But the Grand Shaman and the Demon Saint had been fighting for so long that they had long been invaded by the heaven and earth tribulation chi, completely losing their minds. In his heart, other than the desire to kill his opponent, there was only the desire to destroy everything. How could they be easily persuaded by others when they were blinded by the aura of calamity? In fact, when they saw the crowd rushing over, they actually abandoned their opponents at the same time and attacked the crowd who had rushed over to persuade them. That all of you die. Di Jun, Tai Yi, and the others seemed to have fallen into madness. They wantonly used their divine abilities and destroyed everything around them. Rumble. Attacks filled the sky. Each one of them emitted an extremely terrifying aura. The power contained was enough to severely injure a half-step primordial chaos existence. Sensing the danger, everyone subconsciously activated the spirit treasures in their hands and counterattacked. Not good. However, as soon as this attack was launched, everyone's hearts skipped a beat as they realized that something was wrong. However, it was too late. How could it be so easy to take back a divine ability that had been launched? Rumble. Resplendent light erupted and covered everything. It was the scene caused by hundreds of divine abilities colliding. Moreover, they were all great divine abilities, as well as the supreme divine abilities of the saints. One could imagine how powerful the power contained in them was. Even a primordial chaos expert would be severely injured or even die if they fell into it. Boom. Terrifying power erupted. An invisible ripple spread out. In the blink of an eye, everything was destroyed. Everywhere it passed, there was nothing. It was Mount Buzhou. It could not block its power. Mount Buzhou fell. Rumble. The ripples spread out, carrying a huge force and knocking down Mount Buzhou. Immediately, the long river of time and space raged. Earth, fire, water, and wind surged out together. The heaven and earth barrier also shattered. The heavenly river poured down, and heavenly fire surged out. The entire primordial world was in deep water and scorching fire. The idiom, deep water and scorching fire, came from this. Help! The world was filled with the cries and wails of all living beings. How could this be? It must be fake. Looking at the collapsed Mount Buzhou, everyone present was dumbfounded. This script was not right. Wasn't the final battle of the Magi almost causing Mount Buzhou to collapse and the primordial world to be destroyed? Then, we stepped forward without caring about our own safety and ended the great calamity in advance to save the primordial world? Why did it turn into us fighting with the Lich and pushing down Mount Buzhou in the end? To topple Mount Buzhou, just how great was the power of karma? For a moment, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. At this moment, even Tai Di Jun, Di Jiang, and the other ancestral magi calmed down and stopped the battle. How could this be? Looking at the collapsed Mount Buzhou, their eyes were filled with confusion. They were not surprised that the heavenly realm was destroyed. They were not surprised that the boundless starry sky was destroyed. They were not surprised that the primordial world was riddled with holes. However, they were really surprised that Mount Buzhou had collapsed. That was Mount Buzhou. It represented Pangu's will and suppressed all space-time in the past, present, and future. It was the #1 divine mountain in the primordial world. Even if they self-destructed, they should not be able to hurt it at all. But now, how could it be pushed down by the aftermath of their battle? It was too fragile. If it were not for the extremely strong aura of Pangu that permeated Mount Buzhou's body, Di Jiang would have suspected that the Mount Buzhou in front of him was fake. But how could he, puzzled, very puzzled? Not to mention Di Jiang, even the other great magicians did not know why the Mount Buzhou, which was said to be invincible in the primordial world, would be so easily pushed down by them. However, being puzzled was one thing. At this moment, the most important thing was, it was better to quickly clean up the mess. After Mount Buzhou fell, the world lost its support and showed signs of closing again. The sky had already begun to sink. If they did not clean it up, when the world became one, the primordial world would really be gone. Fortunately, as soon as the world showed signs of closing, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu activated the entire netherworld and pulled the primordial world, causing it to sink continuously to prevent the primordial world from rising. This bought a lot of time for the other great gods, allowing them to deal with other matters with more ease. Not good. Retreat quickly. Just as everyone was discussing how to survive this calamity, the Grand Pure One's eyelids suddenly twitched, and a great fear arose in his heart. Before he could think carefully, the Grand Pure One hurriedly shouted and left Mount Buzhou far away. Let's go! Let's go! After the Grand Pure One, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and the Grand Master of Heaven had a bad feeling almost at the same time. They hurriedly shouted and retreated. Although everyone was puzzled, they did not dare to stay any longer when they saw the powerful 3 Pure Ones retreating in a hurry. They directly retreated behind the 3 Pure Ones. There's something strange at the bottom of Mount Buzhou. Looking at the place where Mount Buzhou was broken, the Grand Pure One frowned and said solemnly. There, earth, fire, water, and wind gushed out. The aura of destruction was everywhere. It was pitch black. It was simply a forbidden area for living beings. Danger. That was the feeling that the bottom of Mount Buzhou gave everyone. Just a glance from afar was enough to send chills down their spines and give birth to a sense of danger. If they really walked in, wouldn't they be in danger of dying? What exactly is there? Although everyone was curious, no one dared to go forward to check. No one was a fool. By the way, why hasn't teacher appeared yet? Suddenly, someone asked in a low voice. That's right. Such a huge thing had happened, and the primordial world was about to be finished. Why hadn't Tao Ancestor Hongjun appeared yet? At this moment, everyone realized that something was wrong. If it were any other time, the Tao Ancestor would have appeared long ago. If he still did not appear, it was obvious that he had been held back by something. Something that could hold back the Tao Ancestor was definitely bigger than what they were facing now. Thinking of this, everyone's hearts sank. It was even bigger than the destruction of the primordial world. Then what was it? They did not dare to think. They did not dare to think. At the same time, at the intersection of the chaos outside the heavens and the chaos outside the realm, 2 figures were facing each other from afar. If anyone came here, they would recognize that the figure in the chaos outside the heavens was the primordial world Tao Ancestor Hongjun. Although the background of the person opposite him was unknown, he was obviously not a simple person to be able to stop the Tao Ancestor. Fellow Taoist Yang Mei, are you really going to stop the poor way? Tao Ancestor Hongjun looked at the person in front of him and said expressionlessly. Yang Mei. The person who came was immortal Yang Mei. She was a true legend. The reincarnation of the space demon god, the transformation of the innate willow tree of the 10 innate spiritual roots, the first existence in the primordial world to become the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. She had even achieved the Tao before the Tao Ancestor. To be precise, she had achieved the Tao before the heavens and earth. As an existence second only to Pangu among the chaos demon gods, Yang Mei's realm had long surpassed the primordial chaos Tao realm and reached an extremely mysterious realm. Her cultivation was close to Pangu's. And things like the Tao realm, it was about eternal proof and never falling. Therefore, even though Yang Mei had reincarnated into the primordial world, her realm was still there. However, her physical body and strength were no longer there. These, she had to cultivate from the beginning. Chapter 506. However, because his realm was still there, his cultivation was different from that of ordinary people. That was, there would be no bottleneck. As long as his strength was there, his realm would naturally break through until his cultivation returned to the realm of his previous life. Therefore, it was not correct to say that Yang Mei was the first existence in the primordial world to cultivate to the level of primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. To be precise, he had restored his cultivation to the level of primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. Sigh. I had no choice but to come because of someone's request. So, fellow Taoist Hong Jun, you'd better stay here with poor Wei for a while. Sighing, immortal Yang Mei said helplessly. He was a chaos fiend god. Even if he reincarnated into the primordial world, this would not change at all. Thinking about it, the chaos fiend god was known as the Son of Chaos. He was the most powerful and noble living being in the world. Every one of them had the potential to achieve the great Tao. In the primordial world, that would be a heaven-defying talent. In that case, how could Yang Mei give up such a noble identity for the primordial world? Therefore, Yang Mei had no choice but to take action at this moment and block Tao ancestor Hong Jun's path to prevent him from stopping the chaos fiend god from breaking out of the seal. After all, compared to the living beings of the primordial world, the chaos fiend gods were his true friends. Hearing that, Tao ancestor Hong Jun could not help but frown. He was very afraid of Yang Mei. Because he had once been defeated by this person. That was when he had just attained the Tao and thought that he was invincible in the primordial world. But in the end, he met Yang Mei again. He suffered an unprecedented defeat. Yang Mei stood there. No matter how Tao ancestor Hong Jun used all his methods, he could not hurt her at all. Instead, she took away all her spirit treasures. Although at the end of the story, Yang Mei returned all the treasures to Hong Jun. However, that battle had left an indelible impression on Hong Jun. Fellow Taoist Yang Mei, you have also cultivated in the primordial world and received the grace of this world. How can you watch him be destroyed and do nothing? After thinking for a while, Tao ancestor Hong Jun played the emotional card. It was not that he did not want to suppress Yang Mei violently, but he could not. Hong Jun might not be Yang Mei's match, but the heavenly Tao was definitely. If he wanted to make a move, he could definitely suppress Yang Mei. However, Yang Mei's location was very particular. It happened to be the border between the Great Chaos and the Great Chaos. In this way, as long as the heavenly Tao attacked, Yang Mei would be out of the range of the primordial world and the heavenly Tao would not be able to do anything to her. This was the disadvantage of the will of the world. Although it was invincible within the world, it could not leave the boundary of the world. The restrictions were extremely great. Besides, Yang Mei was able to escape from Pangu and successfully reincarnate into the untainted land. One could imagine how powerful she was. Can the heavenly axiom really take him down? It was because of all kinds of scruples that Hong Jun would negotiate with him. Otherwise, do you really think that the Tao ancestor has a good temper? The reason why Yang Mei was able to recover her current strength was not only because of her own efforts, but also because of the resources from the untainted world. This was karma, and it had to be repaid. If Hong Jun brought this up, Yang Mei might have some misgivings. Sure enough, as soon as his voice fell, Yang Mei's face became ugly. Speaking of this, he was really angry. The reason why the untainted land could be where it was today was not only because Pangu had transformed into heaven and earth, but also because it had devoured the bodies of the 3,000 demon gods. But in the end, he reincarnated into the untainted land. Not only did he not enjoy the treatment of the god of creation, but he was also often tortured by heaven and earth. Even if he wanted to leave the untainted land, he had to first settle the karma between him and the untainted land and compensate him for the resources he had consumed to cultivate in the untainted land. What was all this? Until now, Yang Mei had not left the untainted land and went to the Great Chaos to search for the Great Tao because he had not paid off the debt he owed to the untainted land. Therefore, he had been staying at the border between the untainted land and the chaos, engaging in the work of transforming the chaos chi in order to pay off the debt as soon as possible and escape. With Pangu around, nothing will happen to the untainted land. You don't have to worry. After a while, Yang Mei said with a sullen face, but she did not even call him fellow Taoist. Before the great Tao was completed, how could Pangu watch the untainted land be destroyed? If it really reached an irreversible situation, he would definitely intervene. Yang Mei could see this clearly as a bystander. She was not worried that the untainted land would be destroyed. That's true. After thinking about it, Tao ancestor Hong Jun felt that what she said made sense. His nervous heart gradually calmed down. Moreover, the karma between me and the untainted land has long been settled when Rahu died. After a while, Yang Mei continued. She was saying that she no longer had any karma with the untainted land. At the end of the ancient times, Yang Mei had helped Yu Hongjun defeat the demon ancestor Rahu and stopped him from destroying the untainted land. Yang Mei had taken this opportunity to sever her connection with the untainted land. She only needed to repay the debt and she could leave. Also, I came here today only to save my former fellow Taoists. With all the years of cultivation in the chaos, I will not interfere with the operation of the untainted land. In the end, Yang Mei added. She was really not interested in the untainted land. After a deadly calamity, Yang Mei had a new understanding of the great Tao. Therefore, she was eager to return to the depths of the chaos and cultivate in seclusion. She really did not want to care about the trivial matters of the mortal world. After saving the chaos fiend god, Yang Mei would have completed her merit and could go to the depths of the chaos to cultivate in seclusion without any worries. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. After hearing Yang Mei's words, Tao ancestor Hong Jun vaguely understood her current state and could not help but say enviously. After completing her merit, she would escape the calamity and head to the depths of the chaos to pursue the great Tao. That would be true freedom and freedom. It was much better than him being trapped in the Purple Cloud Palace. Yang Mei smiled and did not say anything. Hee. This day has finally come. We are about to return to the world. Just as everyone was hesitating whether they should go to the bottom of Mount Buzhou to take a look, a burst of wild laughter suddenly came from the depths of the ground. Who is it? Everyone was shocked. They hurriedly took out their Dharma treasures and looked at the bottom of Mount Buzhou vigilantly. People? What is that thing? How can you be so lowly? How can you call yourself us? Remember, we are the masters of the chaos. Accompanied by an arrogant voice, the bottom of Mount Buzhou suddenly trembled violently. Immediately after, a pitch-black beam of light completely composed of chaotic evil aura suddenly rushed out from the bottom of Mount Buzhou. It went all the way up, passed through the boundless starry sky and the chaos beyond the sky, and directly collided with the barrier of heaven and earth. Then, the barrier of heaven and earth shattered. Like a mirror shattering, countless cracks appeared first, and then it shattered all over the ground. Chapter 507. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Even Feng Zichen, who was hiding and watching the show, was dumbfounded. That was the heaven and earth barrier. The strongest defense of the primordial world. It protected the primordial world from the invasion of the great chaos. If the heaven and earth barrier was broken, the consequences would be unimaginable. At the very least, the primordial world was in danger of being destroyed. Without the heaven and earth barrier, how could the primordial world resist the invasion of the great chaos? It could be swallowed by the violent chaos chi at any time and become a part of the chaos. The heaven and earth barrier was the foundation of the primordial world. Normally, no matter how fierce everyone was, even if they completely destroyed the world, as long as the heaven and earth barrier was still there, the primordial world would not be truly destroyed. They could create a new world in the chaos. However, the great chaos outside the primordial world was different from the chaos outside the primordial world. The chaos will there was too strong, and almost no one could create a new world there. Even Feng Zichen created a small primordial world with the protection of the heaven and earth barrier. Otherwise, he would not dare to create a new world in the great chaos outside the primordial world. Just the backlash of the primordial world was enough to kill him. Rumble. As soon as a hole appeared in the heaven and earth barrier, the violent chaos chi impatiently squeezed in through the hole. Fortunately, although the chaos chi was strong, it was impossible for it to completely shatter the heaven and earth barrier with one strike. It only made a small hole in the heaven and earth barrier. However, one should not underestimate this hole. As the saying goes, 1,000-mile dike collapses because of an ant's nest. If this hole was not dealt with in time, it was very likely that it would cause the entire heaven and earth barrier to collapse. Crack, crack. The heaven and earth barrier could not bear the terrifying pressure and made cracking sounds. The crack continued to expand, and more chaos chi surged in. Not good. At the border of the primordial world and the chaos, Tao ancestor Hong Jun saw this scene. He had just relaxed, but his heart suddenly jumped. If this was not handled properly, the primordial world would really be gone. Tao ancestor Hong Jun did not dare to hesitate and was about to repair the heaven and earth barrier. However, the chaos fiend god had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. How could he let Tao ancestor Hong Jun seal the hole in the heaven and earth barrier so easily? They did not care about hiding anymore. They walked out of the depths of the chaos and charged towards Tao ancestor Hong Jun. Hong Jun was helpless. He immediately transformed into the heavenly Tao and fought with the chaos demon god. However, because he had to worry about the gap in the barrier between heaven and earth, Tian Dao Hong Jun could not let go of his hands and feet when fighting with the chaos demon god. He was a little timid and gradually fell into a disadvantage. On the other hand, the chaos fiend celestial was able to defeat the heavenly Dao Hong Jun despite being the weaker party due to his lack of scruples. Obstructed by the chaos fiend celestial, the heavenly Dao Hong Jun could only barely hold them back and was powerless to repair the heaven and earth barrier. As for great immortal Yang Mei, she watched from the side, not helping either side. Quick, quick. While the crack is still small, think of a way to plug it. Otherwise, when the barrier of heaven and earth is completely broken, even if Panga's father is reborn, he will not be able to save the primordial world. At this moment, the great mediums of the untainted land finally came to their senses. He could not care less about the chaotic primordial world. He wanted to head to the chaos outside the heavens and think of a way to mend the heaven and earth barrier. Where do you want to go? Stay here obediently and be the resources for our recovery. Just as they were about to leave at the bottom of Mount Buzhou, a stream of chaotic evil chi suddenly gushed out and kept churning on the ground. Who's there? Playing tricks. Courting death. After being blocked by the chaos fiend celestial, the people who were in a hurry to leave were completely enraged. They raised the spiritual treasures in their hands and attacked the chaotic evil chi. Rumble. The chaotic evil chi exploded on the spot. Even the extremely hard Mount Buzhou below was sent flying by the people's attacks. And this was also what the chaos fiend celestial wanted. The seal left by Pangu was completely broken under the joint attack of the people. The chaos fiend celestial, who had been sealed since the creation of heaven and earth, finally came out. Pangu, we are here to take revenge on you. Horrifying demonic shadows rushed out from the bottom of Mount Buzhou one after another, and a shocking pressure filled the air. Their figures were extremely huge, and they were surrounded by Taoist rhymes. They were even more majestic than heaven and earth, and they exuded boundless dominance as if they could suppress the past, present, and future. This was the chaos fiend celestial. Pangu's aura. I feel a very strong Pangu's aura. There seems to be a descendant of Pangu here. In an instant, many horrifying eyes looked at Hudu. Pangu's bloodline was the purest and strongest here. After sizing up Hudu for a while, the chaos fiend celestial turned their eyes to three pure ones, Dijiang, and the other ancestral sorcerers. Pangu's descendants. So many Pangu's descendants. As long as I devour them, I can recover most of my strength. Thinking of the benefits of devouring Hutu and the others, the chaos fiend celestial's eyes suddenly became hot. Murderous intent filled the air. Everyone, it's important to block the sky screen. We, the 7 saints, will stall the fiend celestial true spirits here. Everyone, quickly go to the outer space to block the sky screen and prevent it from collapsing further. Knowing that the matter of blocking the sky screen could not be delayed, the 7 saints stepped forward and blocked the chaos fiend celestial, opening a passage to the outer space for everyone. There were more than 2,000 chaos fiend celestials who escaped. Only the 7 saints with the heavenly Tao behind them could block them. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be blasted into pieces by the 2,000 chaos fiend celestials. He couldn't be any more dead. As they stepped forward, the 7 saints also looked at Dijun and the others. Fellow Taoist, now that the primordial world is about to be destroyed, please put down your personal grudges and focus on the primordial world. It was rare for the Grand Pure One to speak to Dijun and the others in an extremely polite tone. He had to be polite. Apart from them, Dijun and the other 2 were the strongest in the primordial world. They had to be relied on to repair the heaven and earth barrier. Perhaps, in the end, they would have to use their bodies to repair the sky screen. If they were to be rude now, it would not be good for anyone if they were to fall out with them. It was better to be polite. It could save a lot of trouble. For the sake of the primordial world, in order to survive, they had to endure everything. That's how it should be. Without any nonsense, the 3 of them led a group of powerful beings and rushed to the chaos outside the sky. It's just food. You want to leave too. You're really overestimating yourself. Seeing that someone was leaving, the chaos fiend celestial was displeased. This were all resources for them to recover their strength. How could they leave just like that? Stay. One after another, extremely terrifying divine abilities burst out from the void and blasted toward the crowd. Seeing this, the 7 saints hurriedly stopped them. Chapter 508. The Chaos Demon God's divine powers were extremely simple and crude compared to the exquisite divine powers of the primitive world. But even so, they were extremely powerful. The divine powers of the 7 saints were completely defenseless in front of them. Boom, 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 boom. Terrifying power exploded, and the 7 saints were forced to retreat, even vomiting blood. The Chaos Demon God's divine powers had reached a limit in the use of Great Tao runes. They abandoned all the complicated runes and used the simplest way to unleash the strongest power. Great Tao was simple. This was the principle behind the Chaos Demon God's divine powers. Oh! Still not dead? Seeing that the 7 saints were only injured and not dead, the Chaos Demon Gods were a little surprised, as if they were surprised by their strength. But this surprise did not last long, and was replaced by excitement in the blink of an eye. The stronger the 7 saints were, the more power they would recover after devouring them. With a loud roar, the Chaos Demon Gods attacked again. This time, they did not hold back, and each of them unleashed their full strength. Bang, bang, bang. Unsurprisingly, the 7 saints were defeated. Even with connate cardinal treasures in hand, they could not block the attacks of the Chaos Demon Gods. Soon, they were drowned by the divine powers. Among the 7 saints, Taoist Kundi, who had the weakest cultivation and the worst numinous treasure, was the first to collapse, and his body was blasted into pieces by the violent divine powers. Then it was Jein Nhua and the 3 pure ones. In the blink of an eye, the 7 saints were all killed. However, the primordial spirits of the saints were entrusted to the heavenly Tao. As long as the heavenly Tao and the primitive world were not destroyed, no one in the world could kill the saints. Whoosh, a ray of colorful light appeared, and the 7 saints who had been blasted into pieces walked out slowly. Their bodies were spotless, and they were not injured at all. Their strength was also maintained at the peak. This power? Is it the heavenly Tao? Interesting. With a scornful smile, the Chaos Demon Gods continued to attack. Resurrect? Just kill them again. Resurrect again? Then kill them again. No matter how you resurrect. How many times can you resurrect? Do you really think resurrection does not require energy? There was a limit to everything. When the power of the heavenly law was exhausted, the 7 saints would truly be dead. Unfortunately, these Chaos Fiend Celestials had forgotten. Thanks to their physical bodies, the origin of the primeval age was very strong. Even if they resurrected a few saints thousands of times, the power they lost was just a drop in the ocean. The 7 sages were killed and resurrected again and again. No matter what the Chaos Fiend God did, he could not do anything to them. For a time, both sides were in a stalemate. While the 2 sides were in a stalemate, Tai Yi and the others had already rushed to the border between chaos and chaos. First of all, what they saw was not the gap in the barrier between heaven and earth, but Yang Mei in white. Secondly, what they saw was Heavenly Dao Hongjun, who was fighting against the Chaos Demon God. Finally, he saw the gap in the heaven and earth barrier. Who is this person? Why can you stand in the chaos? Also, who was the one fighting with Teacher? A series of questions appeared in everyone's minds, causing them to be extremely puzzled. But at this moment, obviously, there was no one to explain it to them. All of you, hurry up and repair the heaven and earth barrier. Seeing everyone rush over, Heavenly Dao Hongjun shouted coldly. Yes, Heavenly Dao. Hearing this voice, everyone knew that the person in front of them was not their teacher, but Heavenly Dao. All of a sudden, the excitement in everyone's hearts disappeared without a trace. Chi responded expressionlessly and went to the gap in the heaven and earth barrier, trying to repair it. Bastard! How dare you! Seeing this, the Chaos Fiend God could not help but be furious and roar. Unfortunately, while they were holding back Heavenly Dao Hongjun, they were also held back by Heavenly Dao Hongjun and could not stop Tai Yi and the others. Dang dang dang. The bell of chaos vibrated violently. The great power that had destroyed the chaos and suppressed the earth, fire, water, and wind when the heavens and earth were created suddenly reappeared. Rumble! Before the chaotic airflow that surged over entered the primeval age, it was suppressed, shattered, and decomposed by the power of the bell of chaos, turning into the purest origin of heaven and earth to strengthen the heaven and earth barrier. Buzz! The primeval age map vibrated as if a huge world had descended. It absorbed the chaotic airflow wantonly to reduce the pressure on the heaven and earth barrier. The other great beings also used their own methods to repair the heaven and earth barrier. Not long after, with everyone's efforts, the heaven and earth barrier's shattering was greatly alleviated and gradually stopped. However, that enormous gap caused everyone to be in a dilemma. No matter what method they used, they could not repair it. Fellow Taoist, are you just going to watch them attack without doing anything? You must know that this may be our only chance to take revenge on Pangu. Seeing that the heaven and earth barrier was no longer shattering, the Chaos Fiend God who was fighting Heavenly Dao Hongjun became anxious and hurriedly shouted at Yang Mei. Fellow Taoist, why bother? Sighing, Yang Mei said helplessly. When I succeed in the future, I will definitely settle the matter with Pangu. As for the primeval age, I have a karma with it, so it's not convenient for me to do anything. As she spoke, Yang Mei took out a supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasure and crushed it. After scattering it into the primeval age, she turned and left. Fellow Taoists, now that you are free, I should also head to the chaos to cultivate in seclusion. Everyone, let's meet again if fate wills it. In the blink of an eye, Yang Mei's figure had already disappeared, leaving only a faint Dao voice echoing in everyone's ears. Sigh. Since Yang Mei wanted to leave, the Chaos Fiend God could not stop her, so he could only sigh gloomily. However, what made him even more depressed was yet to come. Sigh, fellow Taoists. This calamity started because of us, so let us end it. Since he could not repair the heaven and earth barrier no matter how hard he tried, Dijiang gritted his teeth and stepped forward. He planned to mend the heaven barrier with his body. No, he planned to get Tai Dijun to mend the heaven barrier with him. The primeval age was created by his father, Pangu. Even if it was destroyed, it could not be destroyed by his hands. If he sacrificed himself, he could save the primeval age. Dijiang had no regrets. Besides, he was already the primeval age Daluo Jingxian with an indestructible true spirit. Even if he used his body to mend the heaven barrier, he would not really die. As time passed, he would return one day. Fellow Taoist Dijiang, what do you mean? Everyone vaguely understood Dijiang's plan, but they still asked uncertainly. It was easy to say that he would use his body to mend the heaven barrier, but he would have to sacrifice everything. Who would be willing to turn endless years of bitter cultivation into flowing water in the blink of an eye? Not to mention, Dijiang had already cultivated to the primeval age Daluo Jingxian realm and had completely transcended heaven and earth. To put it bluntly, when one's cultivation reached Dijiang's realm, they could completely leave the primeval age and cultivate in the chaos. Whether the primeval age was destroyed or not, it would not hurt Dijiang. He could have just left. Therefore, it was inevitable that everyone would be suspicious of Dijiang. Faced with everyone's doubts, Dijiang shook his head and smiled. He did not explain. Instead, he used his actions to express his intentions. Boom! Wisps of sacred light bloomed from Dijiang's body, illuminating the entire chaos. That was Dijiang's origin. He was burning his origin in exchange for unimaginable power to mend the heaven and earth barrier. Sister Hudu. From now on, I'll leave the witch race to you. Looking at Hudu, Dijiang said with nostalgia. Chapter 509. Finally, Dijiang laughed heartily. Accompanied by endless brilliance, he rushed towards the gap in the barrier of heaven and earth. Ha! Fellow Taoists, Dijiang is leaving. As soon as he finished speaking, Dijiang's figure gradually disappeared in the flames, leaving only a ball of bright light that rushed towards the gap in the barrier of heaven and earth. Boom! The intense flames boiled and burst out with endless brilliance. They burned away the chaotic aura that was surging over and gradually blocked the gap in the barrier of heaven and earth. However, that was all. How could the barrier of heaven and earth be so easy to repair? Dijiang's strength alone was far from enough. Ha! Big brother, I'm coming to accompany you. Suddenly, Zhurong laughed loudly. He sacrificed his origin and pounced on the flames that Dijiang had turned into. After him, Gonggong, Qiangliang, Sai, Tianwu, Xianming, and the remaining 5 ancestral magi of the wizard clan also sacrificed themselves and followed Dijiang. However, just as Xianming sacrificed himself, Gonggong suddenly spat out a mouthful of origin water and extinguished the flames on his body. Sister, you must live. The wizard clan can't live without an ancestral magus. This was the last sentence that Gonggong left in the world. Ancestral magus Xianming was the youngest of the 12 ancestral magi. Therefore, the ancestral magi usually took care of him. The other ancestral magi naturally wouldn't let him do such a suicidal thing. Rumble. The origin of the 6 ancestral magi merged and gave birth to a wisp of Pangu's power. Immediately, a majestic aura spread and shocked the entire chaos. The barrier of heaven and earth began to slowly recover. Pangu. Sensing this aura, the chaos demon gods who were fighting with Tiandao Hongjun felt endless hatred in their hearts and roared out loud. Then, they pounced on the flames without caring about anything else. For this, they took several blows from Tiandao Hongjun and were beaten until their skin and flesh were torn open. Several chaos demon gods charged straight at the flames formed by the ancestral magi and passed through them. After suffering such a heavy blow, the flames directly collapsed. The barrier of heaven and earth that was recovering also stopped abruptly. You want to restore the barrier of heaven and earth? Dream on. A chaos demon god said coldly as he stood in the chaos. If the heaven and earth barrier were to be restored, wouldn't they be trapped in the primordial world? How terrible would that be? It would be hard for him not to die. That was why they rushed towards the flames formed by the ancestral magus at all costs. Firstly, it could prevent the ancestral sorcerer from repairing the barrier of heaven and earth. Secondly, he could take this opportunity to leave the primordial world. Now that he thought about it, it was too rash of him to rush into the primordial world on a whim. Because of their origins, whether it was Tai Di Jun or the ancestral magus, their essences were too high, far exceeding their own realm. This led to them being able to create connate cardinal treasures that far exceeded their own level. The moment the Tao door was formed, the heaven and earth barrier returned to calm. The violent chaos outside the realm could no longer pose a threat to the primordial world. Interesting. It's getting more and more interesting. Seeing this scene, the Chaos Demon God was not angry. Instead, he showed an interested expression. Open for me. A Chaos Demon God suddenly appeared in his huge true body. Holding a Chaos spiritual treasure in his hand, he slammed it toward the Tao door. The Chaos Fiend gods who revealed their true forms were in their strongest state. After all, the primordial world was not the home of the demon gods. Just now, they were suppressed by the heaven and earth, so they barely fought to a draw with Tiandao Hongjun. But now, they were in the chaos, the home of the chaos demon gods. Here, they would be blessed by the chaos and erupt with their strongest power. Clang. The Tao door was not damaged, but the door was directly blasted open by this blow. Rumble. The wild chaos chi surged forward once again. Seal. Tiandao Hongjuan's movements were extremely fast. As soon as the Tao door opened, he used a great divine power to seal it. Then, everyone reacted and pushed the door together, wanting to close the Tao door. But it was useless. The Chaos Demon God's attack was too fierce. They used their own Chaos spiritual treasures, each of which had the power of a connate cardinal treasure or even stronger. Not to mention closing the Tao door, even the Tao door itself was in danger of shattering. Today, the primordial world is facing a great calamity. It's time for us to step forward and repay the kindness of giving birth to us. Children of the witch race, follow me. Chapter 5:10. At the edge of the chaos, more than 4,000 grand sorcerers of the sorcerer tribe stepped forward and pounced on the Taoist gate like moths darting into a flame. Mysterious imprints appeared on the Taoist gate. They were simple and boundless, emitting extraordinary power and stabilizing the Taoist gate. Your Majesty, we're here to accompany you. The sorcerer tribes sacrificed themselves, and so did the demon race. Apart from the 10 great demon gods, the other 4,000 demon gods sacrificed themselves and integrated into the Taoist gate. The demon race still needed the protection of the demon gods, so the 10 great demon gods could not die. Rumble. In an instant, a purple light bloomed from Tao Gate's body, completely merging with the barrier of heaven and earth around it. There was no longer any distinction between them. Then, the Taoist gate became extremely hard and emitted an immortal aura. No matter how the Chaos Demon Gods attacked, they could not damage it at all. However, under the crazy attacks of the Chaos Demon Gods, the open Taoist gate could not be closed no matter how hard they tried. This was the reason why the Taoist gate was not as good as the heaven and earth barrier. No matter how strong the Taoist gate was, it was still a gate for people to enter and exit. As long as it could not be closed, it was no different from not having it. Seeing the grand sorcerers and demon gods sacrificing themselves to mend the heaven and earth barrier, the powerful divines present could not help but be moved. Although the sorcerer tribe and the demon race are guilty, what they did today is not a loss. No matter how serious the crime is, it should be offset. The sorcerer tribe should not be destroyed. As the people were talking, the fate of the sorcerer tribe and the demon race had quietly changed. Originally, the sins of the sorcerer tribe and the demon race were enough to make them decline completely. However, the greatest merit was saving lives. Today, the sorcerer tribe and the demon race used the power of the entire tribe to mend the heaven and earth barrier to prevent the collapse of the primitive world. Based on this was a life-saving grace to the great desolate Aeon. No matter how serious the crime was, after the sacrifice of the sorcerer tribe and the demon race, it should be written off. In particular, Mount Buzhou was not pushed down by the sorcerer tribe and the demon race, but by all the powerful divines of the primitive world. This also made the sorcerer tribe and the demon race's sins were not as serious as imagined. At the very least, although the witches and demons were guilty of the great calamity of the untainted land, they were not the only ones to be blamed. The rest of the great mediums should also be remembered. It wasn't all the liches and demons' fault, but they had given everything. This was merit. Their merits offset their faults, so it was normal for them to let the shamans and demons go. Moreover, without the grand magi and demon immortals, it would be difficult for the magi and demon immortals to cause any waves in the primordial world. They were no longer worthy of the attention of the heavenly Tao and the saints. In the depths of the void, in a mysterious and unknown place, where the river of destiny lies, the tributary of fate that represented the shamans and demons had long been covered by a thick aura of resentment and was pitch black. But today, as the shamans and demons used their clans to mend the gap in the sky, the pitch-black tributary of fate changed. A ray of light was born from nothingness, piercing through the darkness and illuminating the path for the shamans and demons. Rumble. When the resentment that enveloped the tributary of fate of the shamans and demons encountered this light, it melted like snow and instantly disappeared without a trace. The future of the shaman and demon race was rejuvenated. Outside the door of the shamans and demons, the Chaos Fiend Celestial immediately knew that this door was the only way to enter the primordial world. At that moment, his attacks became even crazier. He could not let the other party close the door. That door was formed by the shamans and demons. Therefore, everyone called it the Gate of Shamans and Demons to praise the contributions that the shamans and demons had made to the primordial world. Without the experts of the shamans and demons, the strength of the primordial world suddenly plummeted. Facing the increasingly crazy Chaos Fiend Celestial, they were under more and more pressure. But fortunately, although the Tai Dijiang had died, their Dharma treasures were still there. The bell of chaos vibrated nonstop, and an incomparably majestic power erupted, suppressing the earth, fire, water, and wind, destroying the chaos. The primordial world geomancy map trembled, and a magnificent world slowly unfolded, emitting an incomparably heavy aura that crushed everything. It was because of these two connate cardinal treasures that the pressure that everyone was facing was greatly reduced. That was why they could persist under the crazy attacks of the Chaos Fiend Celestial. Primordial world, Mount Buzhou. Damn it. After killing the seven saints again, the Chaos Fiend Celestial cursed with an ugly expression. As time passed, the originally incomparably powerful Chaos Fiend Celestial gradually fell into a disadvantage. Although he could still kill the seven saints, it was far less easy than before. He even had to pay the price of blood to kill them. In the end, the reason was that the seven saints could be resurrected continuously. With the primordial world's way as a backing, the seven saints could always be at their peak. But the Chaos Fiend Celestial was different. Their physical bodies had long been killed by Pangu, leaving only their indestructible true spirits. After that, they had been suppressed by Mount Buzhou for countless years. Without replenishing their strength, they had long fallen to the freezing point. Now that they had just broken out of the seal, they had fallen into a bitter battle with the seven saints before they had time to replenish their strength. As a result, their strength had been declining, and they were gradually no match for the seven saints. The primordial world's way is indeed something. Fellow Taoists, let's leave. It won't be too late to settle accounts with them when our strength recovers in the future. If we delay any longer, it will be disadvantageous to us. The Chaos Fiend Celestial was not a hothead. Seeing that things were not going well, he had the intention to leave. Let's go. Without hesitation, the Chaos Fiend Celestial took advantage of the gap between the resurrection of the seven saints and rushed out of the sky, wanting to rush back to the primordial world outside the realm. Unfortunately, almost all the experts of the primordial world were at the edge of the primordial world. The Chaos Fiend Celestial glanced at them from afar and then turned to leave. They could defeat them, but once they were delayed there, they would be exhausted to death by the people of the primordial world. Therefore, the Chaos Fiend Celestial did not want to be entangled with them and turned to leave. Fellow Taoists, we can't leave. Why don't we reincarnate into the primordial world and turn it upside down? Moreover, Pangu broke open the primordial world in order to evolve the supreme great Tao fruit. We can lurk in the primordial world and snatch the great Tao fruit when it matures, taking away Pangu's creation. His countless years of hard work will all be made into a wedding dress for us. Or we can destroy it and turn Pangu's countless years of hard work into flowing water. Only in this way can the hatred in my heart be appeased. Suddenly, a chaos fiend celestial said hatefully. This was the wisdom fiend celestial. Among the 3,000 chaos fiend celestials, his strength was not considered top-notch and could only be said to be at the middle level. However, he was one of the top figures among the chaos fiend celestials. This was because he did not rely on strength to establish himself, but on wisdom to establish himself in the primordial world. With his supreme wisdom, he made himself at the upper level of the chaos fiend celestials with ordinary strength. Unfortunately, he was unlucky to have met the ridiculously strong Pangu. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks were nothing. No matter how many schemes you have, I will break them with my strength. Therefore, the devil god of wisdom suffered a tragedy. Before his wisdom could be put to use, he was chopped to death by Pangu's axe. What fellow Taoist wisdom said makes sense. Anyway, we can't leave the primordial world now. Why don't we directly reincarnate and seize Pangu's good fortune? Who knows, Pangu's hard work will all benefit us. The Wisdom Fiend Celestial's words were quite popular among the Chaos Fiend Celestials. Making Pangu pay the price was something they had been thinking about since they were killed. For this, the Chaos Fiend Celestials were willing to pay any price. Therefore, the Chaos Fiend Celestials took action one after another. Fellow Taoists, I can feel the world formed by my remnant body. I have to rush there immediately and seize the ruling power of that world to recover my strength and prepare for revenge on Pangu in the future. Goodbye. A Chaos Fiend Celestial carefully sensed for a while and suddenly turned his head to say to the Fiend Celestials. Then, without looking back, he flew in a certain direction in the depths of the void. That was where a certain upper-class world was located. And that upper-class world was formed by the remnant body of this Chaos Fiend Celestial. It was also because of this that he could find traces of this upper-class world under the shield of the heavenly Tao. 50 Dian, 40 to 90% of the Tao, one of them escaped. Therefore, the heavenly Tao was incomplete, and everything had a chance of survival. If the heavenly Tao was incomplete, how could it block the Chaos Fiend Celestial's perception of his own body? Therefore, this was the Chaos Fiend Celestial's chance of survival. Moreover, it could not be said. This was a method deliberately left behind by the great god Pangu. One had to know that if the Chaos Fiend Celestial reincarnated into the primordial world, it would definitely increase the origin of the primordial world and bring unimaginable benefits to this world. Even if Pangu evolved the Tao fruit of the great Tao, the success rate would also increase a lot after the Chaos Fiend Celestial reincarnated into the primordial world. With Pangu's realm, he would definitely think of such a huge benefit and would never let it go. The purpose of suppressing the Chaos Fiend Celestial under Mount Bujo might be to force the Chaos Fiend Celestial to reincarnate into the primordial world. Otherwise, with Pangu's means, he should have many ways to deal with the Chaos Fiend Celestial. Why would he suppress him under Mount Bujo and leave such a huge hidden danger to the primordial world? For Pangu, pursuing the eternal realm of the great Tao was his lifelong pursuit. For this, he had given up everything. Therefore, in order to seek a breakthrough, it was not impossible for him to use the power of the Chaos Fiend Celestial. What about the Chaos Fiend Celestial? They might be well aware of Pangu's scheme. But they had no other choice. If they wanted freedom, they could only follow the route that Pangu had arranged for them and bite the bullet. But the Chaos Fiend Celestial, of course, he was unwilling to accept it. But they were not in a hurry. It was not a big deal to be at a disadvantage now. When the primordial world evolved to the extreme and the Tao fruit of the great Tao appeared, it would be a good time to determine the winner. The Tao fruit of the great Tao represented the extreme realm of the great Tao. No matter who refined it, they could cultivate to the eternal and indestructible realm of the great Tao. That was the ultimate purpose of Pangu's creation of the primordial world. As long as he took away the Tao fruit of the great Tao, he could take away Pangu's good fortune and make everything that Pangu had done become his wedding dress. Chapter 511. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a treasure? Of course, the Chaos Fiend God was tempted. Therefore, that was why they were extremely cooperative with Pangu. They reincarnated into the primitive world. Their purpose was to compete for the great Tao fruit. If they didn't enter the primitive world, how could they compete with Pangu for the great Tao fruit? When the Tao fruit appeared, everyone would rely on their own abilities. It was still unknown who would win. Pangu. He might not be the final winner. Pangu was very confident in his own strength. He thought that he was invincible under the great Tao. Only then did he boldly pull the Chaos Fiend God into the primitive world and evolve the great Tao fruit for him. He wasn't afraid that the other party would take away his achievements. However, the Chaos Fiend God obviously didn't think so. He thought that he might be able to snatch Pangu's good fortune from the tiger's mouth. As for the result, the Chaos Fiend God was better, making Pangu's years of hard work become a wedding dress for him. Pangu defeated all the heroes and successfully achieved the ultimate realm of the great Tao of eternity. It all depended on their own methods. Just like that, the Chaos Fiend gods each had their own plans and reincarnated. And the worlds they chose were the greater 1,000 worlds that were formed from their broken bodies. If Feng Zichen saw this scene, what would he think? He racked his brains to send the human race's geniuses to the 3,000 worlds in order to control these worlds, form a situation where the countryside surrounded the cities, and take down the primitive world in one fell swoop. But unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. The reincarnation of the Chaos Fiend God completely disrupted his plan. However, even if Feng Zichen knew, he probably wouldn't say anything. The reincarnation of the Chaos Fiend God in the Great Thousand World might not be a bad thing for the human race's geniuses. Under a huge crisis, people could often unleash unimaginable potential. With the threat of the Chaos Fiend God, there would definitely be a group of unimaginable experts among the humans who went to the 3,000 worlds. Although there would definitely be a large number of human geniuses who would die. However, how could there be no deaths in cultivation? Once one embarked on the path of cultivation, one was destined to linger on the edge of life and death. However, with the reincarnation of the Chaos Fiend God, it was certain that Feng Zichen's fantasy of having 3,000 sector masters gathered together would be impossible. No one could snatch the position of sector lord from the hands of the Chaos Demon God. This was because, in the eyes of the will of the great wide world, the Chaos Demon God was the god of creation. Under such circumstances, there was still someone who could snatch away the position of the realm lord. If that was the case, then this human prodigy really had the potential to attain the Tao. He was a prodigy among prodigies, and was not inferior to the likes of the three pure ones. The main reason why Feng Zichen was not worried was that even the Chaos Fiend God could not violate the basic rules of the untainted land. No matter how powerful the demon god of chaos was before his reincarnation, as long as he was not as powerful as Pangu, he would have to follow the rules set by the untainted land after his reincarnation. His strength could not exceed that of Tai Jingxian. Specifically, please refer to Yang Mei. As one of the top existences among the Chaos Fiend gods, after reincarnating into the untainted land, he actually had to compete with a group of Khanate saints. This showed the suppression of the heavenly Tao on him. And these Chaos Fiend gods' cultivation levels were not as high as Yang Mei's. Moreover, the world he reincarnated in was far inferior to the untainted land. It was already very good that he could retain the strength of the Tai Jingxian realm. As for the human prodigies, the lowest cultivation level was a golden immortal. If he was careful, he would be fine. Nearly 3,000 Chaos Fiend gods reincarnated into the untainted land. When their true spirits collapsed, it immediately brought great changes to the untainted land. The origin of heaven and earth increased exponentially. The first thing that changed was the target of the reincarnation of the Chaos Fiend gods, the 3,000 great wide worlds. In the blink of an eye, they completed their evolution and entered the mature stage. They reached the limit that the great wide worlds could reach, and even showed signs of going one step closer. And then the untainted land changed. With the increase of the origin of heaven and earth, the barrier of heaven and earth faintly showed signs of expanding. Its power increased, and at the same time, it became stronger. However, the increase of the origin of heaven and earth brought not only good things to the untainted land, but also bad things. That was, the apocalyptic calamity that was wreaking havoc in the untainted land was even stronger. It even affected the western land and the netherworld realm deep underground. It looked like it would not stop until the untainted land was destroyed. This scene shocked the 7 saints who were about to go to the edge of the chaos to help the heavenly Tao. They stopped in their tracks and hurriedly stabilized the untainted land. The Taiji painting transformed into a huge golden rainbow bridge that spanned between heaven and earth. It suppressed the riot of yin and yang and the 5 elements, carried the heaven realm, and stopped its falling momentum. As for the Grand Pure One, he stood on the golden bridge. He used his great divine ability to repair the shattered mountains and rivers. The heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning waved the Panga banner continuously, activating streaks of Chaos Sword Chi to destroy the Chaos Chi and the storm of destruction to prevent the spread of the disaster. The Grand Master of Heaven took out the 4 immortal vanquishing swords and used the array to devour the tribulation Chi and murderous aura in the world. He used the 4 swords to kill the ferocious beasts and evil gods that were destroying the primordial world. As for the cosmic cauldron, it became extremely huge under the control of the Nuwa. It was like a huge mouth that could swallow the sky. It swallowed the chaos chi wantonly and refined it into connate essence to rebuild the universe. The Lady of Earth hurriedly rushed back to the netherworld and personally guarded the 6 paths of reincarnation to prevent anyone from interfering with the reincarnation. At the same time, she also prevented the apocalyptic calamity from affecting the netherworld. If the primordial world was really destroyed, the netherworld might be the only place for all living beings to rest in. He could not lose it. As for the 2 saints Zhu and Ti, because they did not have connate cardinal treasures, they turned the 12th grade merit golden lotus into a boat of salvation. They roamed the great tribulation and led all living beings to the west to seek refuge. At that moment, compared to the east, although the west was also wreaking havoc, it was far from serious. Bastard! Damn it! Seeing the actions of the 2 saints, the 3 pure ones, Nuwa and the others, who were saving the world, were so angry that their faces changed color. These 2 people were really bastards. In the face of the great calamity, they did not forget to plot for the West and make a fortune from the disaster and dig the foundation of the East. It was not the right time. Otherwise, the 4 of them would definitely teach the receiving Zhuan-Ti a lesson. The receiving Zhuan-Ti had chosen a good time. Although they had led all living beings to the West, they were indeed saving all living beings from fire and water. As a result, even if the 3 pure ones did not like the receiving Zhuan-Ti's actions, they could not stop him. However, in their hearts, he secretly remembered what happened today. When they found an opportunity in the future, they would teach them an unforgettable lesson. The 2 people from the West who were leading all living beings naturally sensed the dissatisfaction of the 3 pure ones and the others. However, they did not care about that. Chapter 5:12. The people of the East had been dissatisfied with the 2 of them for more than a day or 2. But, so what? They still couldn't do anything to them. Therefore, the 2 of them didn't take the dissatisfaction of the 3 pure ones to heart at all. They continued to do their own thing and happily received the living beings of the East. In the hearts of these 2, there was nothing that they cared more about than the prosperity of the Western sect. After all, this was related to their path of Tao and the position of saint. In this great calamity of heaven and earth, the 2 saints of the West made a fortune and received a large number of living beings from the East, laying a deep foundation for the rise of the Western sect in the future. It could be said that most of the reasons for the prosperity of the Western sect in the future began with the great calamity of the primordial world. At the same time, as the chaos demon god reincarnated and left, the battle at the barrier of heaven and earth came to an end. Many fellow Taoists who were sealed in the primordial world have escaped. It's time for us to leave. Now, the origin of the primordial world has greatly increased. If we continue to fight, it will be disadvantageous to us. We won't be able to gain any advantage. Why don't we return? A chaos demon god looked at the barrier of heaven and earth that was getting stronger and stronger and said in a deep voice, "That's true. Our goal has been achieved. We should indeed leave. Moreover, if we continue to fight, the primordial world will really be destroyed. That won't do." Another chaos demon god said leisurely. From the meaning of his words, it was obvious that he didn't want to destroy the primordial world. Terrifying, too terrifying. On the side of the primordial world, the chaos demon god, who had to go all out to block, actually didn't use his full strength. This was really too terrifying. Fortunately, the voice of the chaos demon god, after being weakened by the chaos, it didn't reach the ears of the people of the primordial world. Otherwise, it would really be a bolt from the blue. However, it made sense. It was normal for these chaos demon gods to retain some strength. Otherwise, they were really too weak. One had to know that these chaos demon gods in the chaos were different from the chaos demon gods suppressed by Pangu under Mount Bujo. They weren't dead. They were real. Their strength, each of them, far exceeded the primordial chaos realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived Pangu's axe. If not for the heaven and earth barrier, they would have long destroyed the primordial world. This time, it was an opportunity for them to destroy the untainted land. However, they did not do so. Instead, they found an opportunity to release their fellow Taoists who had been sealed in the past. After that, he only caused some trouble for the primordial world and did not kill them. The reason why they did that was not because they were afraid of Pangu, nor was it because they pitied the primordial world. It was because of the Tao fruit that had yet to be born. They coveted the fruit of Tao that could allow one to attain eternal Tao. Therefore, they would not let the primordial world be destroyed. At the very least, the primordial world could not be destroyed before the great Tao fruit was born. As for why they attacked the primordial world, he was exerting pressure on the primordial world to accelerate the evolution of the primordial world. After all, only when there was pressure would there be motivation. If they waited for the untainted land to slowly evolve on its own, no one knew how long they would have to wait for the birth of the Tao fruit of the great Tao. Let's go. Let's go back and prepare first. After the primordial world survives this great calamity, we will give him a big gift. Anyway, the gate of witchcraft is standing there. As long as we want to, we can break through this gate and enter the primordial world at any time. Ha! The few chaos demon gods gradually left the place as they chatted and laughed. Only laughter was left on the spot. Phew! Sensing the departure of the chaos demon gods, the people of the primordial world who were guarding behind the gate of witchcraft heaved a long sigh of relief. Then, without hesitation, they hurried to the primordial world. The calamity from the chaos had been resolved. However, there was still a great calamity waiting for them to deal with in the primordial world. The Bell of Chaos and the primordial geomancy map, the two connate cardinal treasures, also broke through the chaos space and went to the primordial world to suppress the great calamity. As for Hongjun, he did not leave. He still stayed beside the gate of witchcraft. Firstly, it was not the time for him to appear. With the 7 saints and the many powerful beings of the primordial world, the great calamity was over. They were fully capable of solving it. As for him, he only needed to appear at the last moment to punish everyone and retrain the world. Secondly, he still needed to seal the gate of witchcraft. Otherwise, the chaos demon gods could open this door at any time and use it to freely travel to and from the primordial world. In this way, the primordial world would become the backyard of the chaos demon gods. They could come and go as they pleased. There was no safety at all. This would not do. It had to be sealed. Moreover, this was not enough. He had to have someone guard here to prevent any changes. Only then would it be safe. Clang! The bell of chaos rang loudly. A majestic power erupted, suppressing the earth, fire, water, and wind. Buzz! The primordial geomancy map directly integrated into the primordial world. While strengthening the primordial world, it also removed the tribulation aura in the primordial world. The powerful beings of the primordial world also rushed back from the chaos. Each of them used shocking methods to repair the primordial world or save the living beings of the primordial world. With the combined efforts of everyone, the great calamity of the world, there was a trend of relief. Everything was moving in a good direction. However, everyone knew in their hearts that what they were doing now seemed to be effective, but in fact, they were treating the symptoms and not the root cause. As long as the heaven realm was still sinking, the boundless starry sky had not been repaired, and the Zhousing had not returned to its position, there would be no new pillars appearing in the world. The great calamity of the world could erupt again at any time. And it was even more intense than before. In fact, in everyone's hearts, they all knew how to resolve the great calamity of the world this time. However, they were unwilling to do it. This method was actually very simple. Someone had to sacrifice themselves to stabilize the primordial world. Just like at the end of the ancient times, the four poles of the primordial world were out of balance, and the world was in danger of collapsing. The ancestral dragon and the others did not hesitate to sacrifice themselves and turn into the sacred beasts of the five elements to stabilize the primordial world. The danger of the world was immediately resolved. Just like just now, the witches and demons used their bodies to repair the gap in the sky curtain and turned into the gate of witchcraft. They blocked the chaos demon gods outside the primordial world and resolved the crisis of the primordial world. If there was a powerful being who sacrificed himself now, he would definitely be able to resolve this great calamity. However, no one walked out. They were all watching. Firstly, the matter had not reached the point of no return. Perhaps they would be able to think of another way to resolve this crisis if they waited a little longer. Secondly, they were all waiting for someone else to take the lead. What if someone could not help but take the lead to sacrifice themselves? Then, they would not have to sacrifice themselves, right? It was better to wait. If no one really stepped forward, it would not be too late for them to step forward. Billions of years of bitter cultivation was not something that anyone could easily give up. No matter how conflicted those powerful beings were, Feng Zichen could not care less. He was now in big trouble and could not even protect himself. It was precisely because of this that he could not step forward when the primordial world was facing such a situation. I didn't expect it, I really didn't expect it. I actually saw a creature of chaos in the primordial world, and it was a creature of chaos with the bloodline of Pangu. It really shocked me. How did you pass through the barrier of heaven and earth, rush to the primordial world, and hide from the eyes and ears of the heavenly Tao to occupy the Emperor Star? Looking at Feng Zichen hiding in the Emperor Star, the star demon god asked curiously. How many years had it been? He had never seen such an interesting creature. F***ck, 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 F***ck. At this moment, Feng Zichen's mentality was about to explode. He had never expected that a chaos fiend god would come knocking on his door while he was happily watching the show from the side. When he first saw this chaos demon god, Feng Zichen had a breakdown. The place where he was could be said to be one of the most secretive places in the primordial world. Other than the heavenly Tao, no one could find this place. In fact, that was indeed the case. The demon clan had searched the boundless starry sky several times, but they could not find this place. It could be seen that it was hidden. But now, it had been found by a chaos demon god. It was really depressing. Feng Zichen knew this demon god. It was the star demon god. His strength was one of the best among the chaos demon gods. Pangu had killed him several times, but he could not kill him completely. The boundless starry sky was formed by the origin of heaven and earth and his origin. This place was like his home. Therefore, he was able to find this place. Speaking of which, there was a fate between Feng Zichen and the star demon god. He was able to create new things on the Tao of Stars because he had obtained the inheritance of the star demon god. When the boundless starry sky was destroyed, the seal used by the demon clan to seal the Emperor Star was also broken at the same time. Otherwise, even the star demon god would have to spend some effort to enter this place. As one of the strongest chaos demon gods, the star demon god's methods were naturally not simple. When he had just escaped the seal, he had sensed that there were 3 places in the primordial world that had an inexplicable connection with him. So, when he reincarnated, the star demon god split into 3 and pounced on these 3 places at the same time. Eggs could not be placed in one basket. Of course, he could not only prepare one way out. He had to consider defeat before the battle. Leaving a way out for himself in advance was the foundation of the star demon god. In this way, even if he failed on one side, he still had two ways out and could make a comeback at any time. Junior, why don't you say anything? Seeing that Feng Zichen did not answer his question and was stunned on the spot, the star demon god said with some displeasure. Senior? Feng Zichen was about to answer, but the star demon god interrupted impatiently. It doesn't matter if you don't say it. As long as I swallow you, I will naturally know everything. With that, the star demon god smiled ferociously and pounced on Feng Zichen. Junior, offer your innate Taoist embryo to me. When the star demon god saw Feng Zichen's Ziwei Taoist embryo again, he decided to take it away. This innate Taoist embryo seemed to contain hundreds of millions of stars, which matched his attributes. Chapter 5:13. Moreover, what was more shocking was that this Taoist fetus was filled with the aura of the Way of Heaven and Pangu's aura, which showed its extraordinariness. It was obvious that the creature born from this innate Taoist fetus was definitely the top existence in the untainted land. According to the estimation of the star demon god, the creature in the Taoist fetus was not much worse than the chaos demon god. If he could get this innate Taoist fetus and reincarnate himself as the creature in the Taoist fetus, the star demon god would have a perfect start in the untainted land. The chances of fighting for the Dao fruit in the future would undoubtedly be much higher. Thinking of this, the star demon god became more and more excited. When he pounced on Feng Zichen, his aura became sharper. Now, the star demon god even regretted it. If he had known that there was such an innate Taoist fetus in the boundless starry sky, he would not have split his true spirit and come directly in his peak state. Humph! You're courting death. On the other side, seeing the star demon god pouncing on him, Feng Zichen snorted disdainfully and did not take it seriously at all. He admitted that when he suddenly saw the star demon god just now, he was indeed a little frightened. However, this was normal. The power of the chaos demon god was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Even Tao ancestor Hong Jun had to be cautious when he saw it, let alone Feng Zichen. Therefore, he did not react for a moment. It was normal to be frightened by the chaos demon god. However, Feng Zichen had experienced a lot. After a slight shock, he came to his senses. The chaos demon god in front of him was not the chaos demon god in his peak state, but a cripple of the cripples. Its power had already fallen to the bottom. If they were to really fight, it would be hard to tell who was stronger between the two of them. Therefore, seeing the star demon god pouncing on him, Feng Zichen was not afraid at all. Instead, he was a little excited. This was the star demon god. If he could devour him, it would bring him great benefits. At the very least, he would have the origin to repair the boundless starry sky after refining the star demon god. But at the same time, he needed the origin to be born. As well as the last bit of opportunity that the Zhouxing painting lacked, it would be enough. How was this a star demon god? This was clearly a treasure trove that had delivered itself to his doorstep. With that thought in mind, Feng Zichen became more and more excited. His eyes glowed green as he looked at the star devil god with endless greed. Good girl. Is this junior sick in the head? That gaze is truly horrifying. The star demon god, who was rushing to the Emperor Star, suddenly saw Feng Zichen's eyes and felt his hair stand on end. However, he did not care too much about it. He was a chaos demon god, the most honorable and powerful existence in the world. If he couldn't even take down an unborn Khanate saint, he would be too ashamed to stay in this world. Even if his strength had long fallen to the bottom, it was still the same. Chaos demon god. Naturally, he had his own pride. Great Dao Furnace. In the Emperor Star Dao fetus, Feng Zichen formed a seal with both hands, connecting the Dao of heaven and earth, and using the supreme great magic, the Great Dao Furnace. This was a great magic that he deduced by referring to the Great Dao. It was also one of the few great magic that could cause fatal damage to the Chaos Demon God. On the spiritual battlefield, Feng Zichen, who had fought with the mark of the Chaos Demon God for many years, had already summed up a lot of experience on how to kill the Chaos Demon God. Could be said that, when it came to understanding the Chaos Demon God, except for themselves, in the primordial world, no one else could surpass Feng Zichen. Rumble. On the Emperor Star, boundless star power gathered and gradually condensed into a huge furnace, suppressing the Star Demon God. Good magic. Good method. Junior, it seems that I have underestimated you. The Star Demon God suddenly stopped his body and looked at the great Tao furnace with a solemn face, carefully on guard. As a Chaos Demon God, the Star Demon God was naturally very familiar with the aura of the great Tao. Therefore, when he saw the great Tao furnace for the first time, he understood the essence of this magic. It definitely had the ability to severely injure or even kill him. If he was in his prime, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of the great Tao furnace. But the problem was that he wasn't now. Therefore, of course, he had to be careful to avoid capsizing in the gutter. The Star Demon God thought for a moment and suddenly formed a seal with his hands. He drew the remaining power of the boundless starry sky and blasted it toward the great Tao furnace. Seeing this, Feng Zichen was shocked and angry. The boundless starry sky was already on the verge of shattering. If it collided with the great Tao furnace, the terrifying recoil might be the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing the boundless starry sky to completely collapse, leading to a series of problems. Therefore, Feng Zichen didn't dare to take it head-on. He quickly changed his attack to retreat and even held back some of his power, allowing the Star Demon God to attack. Boom! One side attacked strongly, while the other side was cautious. The outcome was obvious. The great Tao furnace was blasted into pieces on the spot. However, he was afraid of hurting the Ziwei Taoist fetus. After the great Tao furnace was shattered, the Star Demon God held back some of his power and didn't hurt Feng Zichen. Shameless! Looking at the Star Demon God, Feng Zichen scolded. He really didn't expect the Star Demon God to be so shameless. Ha! Junior, this battle is about life and death. Of course, you have to do everything you can. What's wrong with me doing this? You, on the other hand, still need to learn more. With a loud laugh, the Star Demon God continued to rush toward Feng Zichen. Old thief, you are really shameless. The Star Demon God didn't feel ashamed. Instead, he looked proud. This really made Feng Zichen gnash his teeth in anger. But he couldn't refute anything, because what the Star Demon God said made sense. A battle of life and death should be like this. What was wrong was that he didn't expect the Chaos Demon God to be so shameless. Old thief, since you are courting death, I will fulfill your wish. Looking at the Star Demon God who took the initiative to pounce on him, Feng Zichen made up his mind and made a decision. He took the initiative to let go of all his defenses and let the Star Demon God enter the Ziwei Star. Since the Star Demon God could mobilize the power of the boundless starry sky, it meant that ordinary methods were useless against him. If he wanted to kill him, he could only rely on external forces. And Feng Zichen had this external force. What kind of place was the Ziwei Star? It was formed by Pangu's ancestral aperture, the residence of his true spirit in the past, and the way of the heavens was born from it. A place as noble as the Ziwei Star could be said to be one of the most important places in the primitive world. Here, the power of the way of the heavens and Pangu's mighty power was everywhere. It could be said that there were dangers everywhere. The Star Demon God rushed in foolishly. He didn't even need Feng Zichen to take the initiative to kill him. All kinds of forces that filled the place could kill him. With his current strength, he couldn't even walk in front of the Ziwei Taoist fetus, let alone take over the nest and reincarnate. Previously, the reason why Feng Zichen didn't want to use this power was that he wanted to have a real fight with the Chaos Demon God to verify his Taoist path and seek a better opportunity. The Chaos Demon God was a manifestation of the Great Way. Not to mention fighting with him, just looking at him from afar was a great opportunity. Now, Feng Zichen had the opportunity to fight with the Chaos Demon God. How could he give up easily? If he could fight with him and verify what he had learned, perhaps his opportunity to break through the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian would come. Unfortunately, the star demon god was too bad. He actually used the boundless starry sky to threaten Feng Zichen. As a result, he changed his mind and wanted to use the power of the Ziwei star to directly kill the star demon god. Although it was a great pity that he couldn't fight with the chaos demon god. But if he could refine it, it would be a great opportunity. It wasn't that he didn't gain anything. It was just a pity. The combination of the two could definitely push him to the realm of the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. Now that he only had half of it, the effect would undoubtedly be greatly reduced. He could only achieve half primordial chaos. The primordial chaos opportunity was gone just like that. No one would be in a good mood. Therefore, Feng Zichen vented all the unhappiness in his heart on the culprit of all this, the star demon god. Seeing that Feng Zichen had let go of all his defenses, the star demon god didn't suspect anything. Perhaps he had absolute confidence in his strength. He swaggered into the Ziwei star. Then he suffered a tragedy. Sensing the invasion of an unfamiliar aura, the power of the way of heaven that filled the Ziwei star and Pangu's mighty power erupted on the spot. Waves of terrifying power came from the void and fiercely blasted at the star demon god. Oh no! In the blink of an eye, the face of the star demon god, who had been full of confidence, completely changed. He became extremely terrified. This was because he felt an extremely familiar aura from these attacks. It was the aura that belonged to Pangu. Although the power of the way of heaven was powerful, the chaos demon god didn't take it seriously at all. But facing Pangu, it was different. Although the chaos demon god usually looked like he was going to fight Pangu to the death at any time, in fact, it was because Pangu wasn't by their side. Naturally, they could boast with all their might. But once Pangu really appeared in front of them, they would probably run faster than anyone else. After all, in the battle of splitting open the sky, Pangu had left a deep impression on the chaos demon gods. That invincible figure was deeply imprinted in the hearts of the chaos demon gods, making them hate and fear Pangu. It was all Pangu's fault that they ended up like this. Therefore, after sensing Pangu's power, the memories that the star demon god didn't want to recall were immediately evoked. Boundless fear. In the blink of an eye. It filled the heart of the star demon god. It forced him to not even dare to think of resisting. He hurriedly fled to the outside world. Pangu! That voice was filled with fear. It had already changed its tone, and it was even trembling. Obviously, the star demon god was extremely afraid of Pangu. That was true. Everyone else had been killed by Pangu once. But only his bones were strange, and he had been killed by Pangu twice in a row. How could this fear not be deep? Unfortunately, it was easy to enter, but difficult to leave. In particular, the aura of the chaos demon god that couldn't be dissolved on the body of the star demon god was the focus of the Emperor Star's defense. So, it was fine if he didn't move. But with this move, it was met with a fierce rebound from Pangu's power. It completely drew an end for this avatar of his. Rumble. An axe light came from the void, as if it had crossed the endless space and time, and appeared, gently slashing at the star demon god. Ah! Junior, how dare you trick me? I will never let you go. Absolutely not. In an unwilling roar, the star demon god's intelligence was destroyed by the axe light. On the spot, only a ball of the most original power was left. The boundless starry sky is saved. Seeing the origin left behind by the star demon god, Feng Zichen couldn't help but smile. The boundless starry sky was too badly damaged. More than half of the space had been swallowed by the chaos outside the sky and became a part of him. If it weren't for the three noble stars, the boundless starry sky would have been completely gone. Originally, with Feng Zichen's strength alone, it was absolutely impossible to repair the boundless starry sky. He needed everyone to work together. However, with the origin left behind by the star demon god, he had a great deal of confidence to repair the boundless starry sky alone. Don't underestimate this point. He could repair the boundless starry sky alone. He could work together with everyone to repair the boundless starry sky. The meaning it represented was completely different. At the very least, If Feng Zichen repaired the boundless starry sky alone, then he would be the well-deserved lord of the boundless starry sky. He would be more justified than Di Jun. He could even refine the entire boundless starry sky like the Nether River refining the Sea of Blood. At that time, the boundless starry sky would not be destroyed, and Feng Zichen would not die. Even the saints would not be able to do anything to him. The boundless starry sky was much more important than the Sea of Blood. No one dared to destroy it. Especially after experiencing this calamity, no one dared to do so. If he became the Lord of the boundless starry sky, wouldn't the position of the Lord of the Stars be easily obtained? Even if the saints were dissatisfied, they would have to pinch their noses and accept it. However, if everyone worked together to repair the boundless starry sky, there would be too many things to argue about. Then Feng Zichen's idea of becoming the Lord of the boundless starry sky would probably be very difficult to achieve. Therefore, if he could repair the boundless starry sky by himself, it would be better to repair it by himself. With this thought in mind, Feng Zichen shook the Ziwei Dao fetus and emitted a huge suction force, devouring all the origin left behind by the star demon god. The most important thing now was not to repair the boundless starry sky, but to break open the Ziwei Dao fetus and truly descend into the primordial world. The Ziwei Star Lord had been nurtured for so long. It was time for him to be born. Moreover, his greatest threat, Di Jun Tai, was also gone. Buzz. After absorbing the origin of the star demon god, the Ziwei Dao fetus had completely matured. It suddenly flew out of the Ziwei star, preparing to welcome Zhouxing and the baptism of the myriad Dao of heaven and earth. In theory, it was unwise for Feng Zichen to choose to be born at this time. Because now heaven and earth were facing a great calamity of destruction. The stars in the heavenly cycle shattered and fell into the primordial world. Heaven and earth had completely fallen into chaos. There was no extra strength to baptize the Ziwei Dao fetus and promote his birth. Chapter 5:14. Without Zhouxing and the baptism of the myriad Dao of heaven and earth, it would definitely cause Ziwei Star Lord to be malnourished. This would cause him to have defects and be unable to be born in the most perfect state. However, how could there be perfection in the world? The more perfect it was, the more and greater the tribulations one would face in the future. Heaven and earth were not perfect. How could it tolerate perfect things being born in heaven and earth? It was not a good thing to be envied by heaven and earth. Moreover, Feng Zichen had obtained the origin of the star demon god. It might not be worse than the baptism of heaven and earth. The star demon god was the side of the great Tao that represented the stars. It was the highest achievement of the Tao of stars in the chaos. It was the most suitable attribute for Ziwei Star Lord. After devouring this item, Feng Zichen would obtain even more good fortune than the baptism of heaven and earth. He would deduce the Tao of stars to an extremely high level. However, the baptism of heaven and earth not only represented good fortune, but also the recognition of the primordial world and Zhouxing. Therefore, as long as he was still in the primordial world, the opportunity that Feng Zichen obtained from the star demon god would not be as great as the baptism of heaven and earth. However, Feng Zichen had no choice but to come out. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It concerned whether he could take down the boundless starry sky in one fell swoop. If he hid for a while longer, he would really miss everything. Therefore, even if it was disadvantageous for him to come out at this time, he had to come out at this time even if he did not have the origin of the star demon god. Because this was related to his future. If he missed this opportunity and did not obtain enough capital in this apocalyptic calamity, he would have a difficult time in the primordial world in the future. It would be difficult for him to compete with other great divine abilities. After all, any great divine ability who saved the world in this calamity could be considered the savior of the primordial world after the calamity. They would receive the protection of heaven and earth. In the future, even if they did not have any taboos, it would be like the heavens were helping them. Without the corresponding capital, how could he compete with them? Therefore, Feng Zichen had to come out at this time to fight for the future opportunity for himself. Crack! It was like the sound of the great Tao. The Ziwei Dao fetus disintegrated. Feng Zichen stepped out. Rumble. The heavens and earth trembled at this moment. The myriad Daos hummed in unison, creating a boundless phenomenon, wanting to celebrate the birth of the Ziwei star sovereign. Unfortunately, the great tribulation of heaven and earth was becoming more and more intense. Before those abnormal signs could truly be born, they were shattered by the destructive aura that filled the surroundings. As a result, the birth of the Polaris Star Lord caused the heavens and earth to tremble for a moment, but no other phenomenon occurred. He couldn't even achieve the most basic resonance with Zhouxing. It could be said that the birth of the Ziwei Star Lord was the least impressive of all the Khanate fiend gods in the primordial era. At the very least, that was how it looked on the surface. Another innate saint has been born. Heaven and earth throbbing? Resonance of the myriad Daos? Is it the Emperor Star Lord? You're right. Only his birth can cause such a huge commotion. The trembling of the heavens and earth couldn't be hidden from those powerful beings. Therefore, they immediately sensed that a new Lord of the Stars had been born. Even Tiandao Hongjun, who was far away in the chaos, couldn't help but lower his gaze and look at his nominal younger brother. They were both born from the Ziwei Star. It wasn't wrong to say that the Ziwei Star Lord was Tiandao's younger brother. Tiandao Hongjun's gaze was inexplicable. No one knew what he was thinking. Swish, after the Ziwei Dao fetus shattered, it didn't disappear. Instead, it turned into specks of light and merged into the purple thread heavenly robe that Feng Zichen was wearing. In the blink of an eye, the purple thread heavenly robe completed a transformation. It transformed from an ordinary supreme-grade innate spirit treasure to a top-grade supreme-grade innate spirit treasure. That's right. After many years of nurturing by the Ziwei Star, the three treasures of the Ziwei Star had changed from a superior-grade innate spirit treasure to a supreme-grade innate spirit treasure. However, because of the 10,000 spirit crown, the purple gold crown had become somewhat redundant. After all, no matter how good an innate spirit treasure was, it couldn't compare to an innate supreme treasure. Rumble. There were too many origins in the star demon god. Feng Zichen couldn't refine them all. The origins that couldn't be refined dissipated from his body. The innate supreme treasure beside Feng Zichen, the Zhouxing map, seized the opportunity to madly devour the origins of the demon god. Before long, the Zhouxing map completed its final transformation and was completely nurtured. It became a middle-grade innate supreme treasure with 47 innate divine restrictions. Even so, most of the origins of the star demon god were still preserved. Good. Grabbing the Zhouxing map, Feng Zichen exclaimed excitedly 3 times. This innate supreme treasure was the Ziwei Star Lord's lifelong supreme treasure. Therefore, Feng Zichen easily completed the refinement of the Zhouxing map. As soon as the Ziwei Star Lord was born, he had 1 innate supreme treasure and 3 supreme-grade innate spirit treasures. In the untainted world, only Tai could compare to such treatment. It could be said to be extremely noble. Since I have been born, the boundless starry sky should be restored to its original state. After collecting the remaining origins of the demon god, Feng Zichen looked at the broken boundless starry sky beside him and said with a smile, this time, if he could use his own strength, to restore the entire boundless starry sky to its original state, that could be said to be a great merit. From then on, even saints would not dare to be arrogant in front of him. They would have to respect him. Zhouxing, Star Demon God, IF** King. Feng Zichen, who was about to activate Zhouxing to suppress the boundless starry sky, suddenly had a thought and couldn't help cursing. As mentioned earlier, the true spirit of the star demon god had split into 3 and gone to 3 different places. The first was the great wide world formed by its incomplete parts. The second was the boundless starry sky. As for the third, of course, it was the Khanate star tree. This was the Khanate divine tree that was born from the fusion of the star demon god's origin with the power of creation of heaven and earth. It was also considered a part of the star demon god, so it naturally could not escape his senses. The reason why Feng Zichen lost his composure was that the true spirit of the star demon god had already rushed to the small desolate world to possess the Khanate star tree. If it weren't for the fact that Feng Zichen had left his divine will in the small desolate world to block the star demon god with the power of the world's origin. At this moment, the Khanate star tree was about to be obtained by him. Damn it! With a thought, Feng Zichen was about to teleport to the small desolate world to kill the true spirit of the star demon god. But at this moment, the collapse of the heaven realm intensified, and it suddenly sank down a few degrees. Puff! The Grand Pure One, who was supporting the world, spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. The golden bridge formed by the Taiji diagram also shrank a little because of this. And this was not the most serious thing. The most serious thing was that a series of serious consequences were caused by the further collapse of the heaven realm. For example, the world-ending calamity that had been suppressed by everyone had erupted again. Moreover, it was wreaking havoc in the primitive world in an even stronger state. Star Demon God, you're lucky this time. In the future, if I find a chance, I won't let you have an easy time. Feng Zichen knew in his heart that this was not the time to settle scores with the star demon god. The most important thing now was to hurry up and repair the boundless starry sky and stabilize the heaven realm. Therefore, Feng Zichen suppressed his anger and threw Hongmeng Daozhong into the small desolate world to stop the star demon god. He seized the time to repair the boundless starry sky. However, it was as if he was deliberately going against Feng Zichen. He was about to repair the boundless starry sky when another chaos demon god came to find trouble with him. Compared to the previous time, it was much more troublesome, because it was not just one chaos demon god who was looking for trouble with him. As if they had discussed it, almost at the same time, the Thunderlock, the Ultimate Ruins, and the Nether Realm were attacked by the chaos demon god. For a moment, Feng Zichen's various incarnations were in danger. However, it was still alright. The Ultimate Ruins had a temple left behind by Pangu when he suppressed the Nirvana demon god. No matter how powerful the Chaos demon god was, it was impossible for him to break through that temple. Temporarily, the Ultimate Ruins incarnation would not encounter any danger. As for the Fengdu incarnation, he would not encounter any danger. In the Nether Realm, he was an almost invincible existence. If he really encountered the Chaos Demon God, it was uncertain who would be the unlucky one. The only thing that worried him was the North Star incarnation in the Thunderlock. He did not have any means to block the attack of the Chaos Demon God. However, at this moment, Feng Zichen really could not leave and could not go to the Thunderlock to help. After thinking for a while, he reached out and took off the 10,000 spirit crown on his head and threw it in the direction of the Thunderlock. Compared to the great emperor of Ziwei, the North Star Emperor, who was the Lord of Gods, was more suitable to hold the 10,000 spirit crown. After all, the stars represented the power of the heavens. As for the gods, they were transformed from humans and were more in line with the human path. He believed that with the human path's supreme treasure, the 10,000 spirit crown, even if the North Star Emperor could not defeat the Chaos Demon God, he would still be able to protect himself. Something's wrong. Something's wrong with this matter? The relationship between him and his incarnations was extremely secret. No one in the primordial world knew about it. It was even more impossible for the Chaos Demon God to know about it. It did not make sense for him to attack several of his incarnations at the same time, unless all the famous mountains and rivers in the primordial world were within the attack range of the Chaos Demon God. That made sense. The primordial world is getting more and more interesting. Suddenly, Feng Zichen laughed. He understood what was going on. The remnant body of the Chaos Demon God had not only transformed into the 3,000 upper-class worlds, but also the various grotto heavens and blessed lands of the primordial world. Thinking about it, many Chaos Demon Gods had made the same decision as the Star Demon God. They had split into 2 or even several groups. A portion of the indestructible true spirits had gone to the upper-class worlds that their bodies had transformed into, while a portion of the indestructible true spirits had stayed in the primordial world, and had set their sights on the grotto heavens and blessed lands. Now, the owners of those grotto heavens and blessed lands were all rushing about to save the primordial world. If the chaos demon god went to rob them at this time, there was a high chance that he would succeed. He might even plot against those great divine abilities. When the apocalypse subsided, those great divine abilities would return home and find that their dojos had changed owners. Even they had been plotted against. Their expressions would definitely be interesting. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen could not help but laugh. Everyone was really unlucky. It all depended on who was unlucky. Ziwei Star, let's go. After settling everything, Feng Zichen drove the Ziwei Star to the place where he was born. That place was the center of the boundless starry sky, as well as the center of Zhousing and countless stars. However, with the collapse of the boundless starry sky, this place had long been swallowed up by the chaos beyond the heavens and became a chaotic place. If it were not for the vague feeling, Feng Zichen would not have been able to accurately find the location of this place in the chaos. He brought the Ziwei Star here to use it as a base to recall the fallen Zhousing and reconstruct the orbit of the stars to stabilize the boundless starry sky. This was easier said than done. Just recalling the fallen stars was an extremely difficult task. However, with the primordial treasure Zhousing map and the origin of the star demon god, this impossible thing was possible. In fact, what Feng Zichen should do now was to take out the world tree to support the primordial world. However, this disaster was too great. It was far beyond Feng Zichen's imagination, and also far beyond Pangu's imagination. The world tree could not support the heaven realm at all. At least not now. This was because the entire heaven realm was falling down, and it was a destructive fall. In this way, if the heaven realm was not stabilized, even the primordial chaos world tree would not be able to support it, let alone the half-step primordial chaos world tree. Therefore, the world tree had to support the world. However, it was definitely not now. At the very least, he had to wait for the world to stabilize before he could take out the world tree. As for how the world tree would advance to the primordial chaos world tree, Feng Zichen had already thought about it. The half-step primordial chaos world tree would definitely not be able to support the primordial world. However, it could let those powerful people see the hope of supporting the world. In order not to become the world, those powerful people would definitely try their best to promote the world tree. The primordial world. It was not Feng Zichen's primordial world. It was everyone's primordial world. Why should he alone support the world tree? It was also time for those great magics to put in some effort. Pangu meant to let the world tree support the primordial world. He did not say what method he would use. As long as the final result was successful, it would be fine. When big shots did things, they always looked at the results, not the process. Boom. The moment the Emperor's star descended into the boundless starry sky, the entire starry sky shook. Even the violent chaotic chi calmed down in an instant. Huff! Taking a deep breath, Feng Zichen mobilized all the dermic powers in his body and activated the Zhousing painting with all his might. A terrifying aura erupted from his body, shaking the heavens and the earth. Half-step primordial chaos world tree. That's right. After several battles, Feng Zichen's cultivation had once again advanced a small step, reaching the half-step primordial chaos world tree. He was not far from the primordial chaos Tao realm that transcended the world. Hiss. Half-step primordial chaos world tree. How did the Emperor Star Master do it? He has the half-step primordial chaos world tree as soon as he was born. Sensing Feng Zichen's aura, all the powerful people were shocked. Chapter 5:15. This strength was too strong. Since Pangu created the world, all the Khanate god fiends in the primordial world, including Dao ancestor Hongjun, had a cultivation base at most of the Tai Jingxian realm when they were born. They would never exceed this realm. Even the great chaos fiend god was only in the realm of Daluo Jingxian when he was born in the chaos. It was absolutely unprecedented for someone like the Emperor Star Master to have a half-step primordial chaos cultivation as soon as he was born. As soon as he was born, he surpassed countless living beings and stood at the peak of the world. in the primordial world, who knew how many powerful people were still stuck at the threshold of the quasi-sage realm, unable to take another step forward. But Ziwei Star-Lord, as soon as he was born, had achieved something that others might not be able to achieve in their lifetime. This was really too enviable. Sometimes, the natural disparity was just so despairing. Some people's starting point was very likely to be others' ending point. There's something wrong with this Ziwei Star-Lord. Everyone was not a fool. Ziwei Star-Lord had such strength immediately, so he naturally had secrets on him. But at this moment, the destruction of the world was imminent, and they were not in the mood to investigate the reason. If the primordial world was destroyed, then everything here would be meaningless. Even if they knew other people's secrets, so what? In the name of Ziwei Star-Lord, Edict, Zhouxing, quickly return to your position. Standing in the center of the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen used the authority of the Lord of the Stars and spoke. In an instant, it was a mysterious power. It came from his mouth and spread toward the primordial world. Rumble. Heaven and earth were trembling, and the laws were rumbling, corresponding to Feng Zichen's voice. This was the great magical power of the heavenly Tao, the law of the heavens. This was the innate magical power of Ziwei Star-Lord, and it could mobilize the power of the heavenly Tao. Its power was enough to change heaven and earth. Buzz, 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 on the primordial world, the power of the heavenly Tao spread out. The falling fragments of Zhouxing trembled together. First, they slowly rose into the air, then directly crossed the void and returned to the boundless starry sky. Boom! Zhouxing returned to its original position in an instant. The terrifying power of the stars swept out, and the entire boundless starry sky fell silent. All the uprisings were suppressed. Star shift. Then, Feng Zichen used the North Star as the core and Zhouxing as the support to fully display the Star Tao's supreme divine ability, star displacement. Feng Zichen's strength was strong to begin with. With the blessing of the Emperor Star and the Zhouxing map, the power of this supreme great magic was pushed to the extreme by him. This move alone was enough to severely injure primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. Using it to move stars was enough to shake the entire starry sky. Rumble. Under the power of star shifting, the stars in the sky began to revolve in a similar but slightly different trajectory. This was the Pangu's meridian diagram. The boundless starry sky had undergone countless years of evolution, as well as the transformation of the demon clan and the destruction of the wizard clan. The trajectory of Zhouxing had long deviated from its original trajectory and did not match the Pangu's meridian diagram. Therefore, Feng Zichen planned to take the opportunity of the collapse of the boundless starry sky to reconstruct Zhouxing. To create a boundless starry sky that was completely different from before, but more powerful and complete. Perfecting the trajectory of Zhouxing and making it run according to the Pangu's meridians was the beginning. It should be known that the Pangu's meridian diagram that Feng Zichen had mastered was more complete than the Pangu's meridian diagram hidden in the boundless starry sky. Because the Pangu's meridian diagram was divided into two parts, one in the boundless starry sky and the other in the untainted land. Only when the two parts were combined could it be the most complete Pangu's meridian diagram. Under various opportunities, Feng Zichen happened to obtain the complete Pangu's meridian diagram. Feng Zichen visualized the void as the Pangu's Taoist body. With the 365 stars in the sky as acupuncture points, he connected the stars to each other and made them rotate. An extremely blurry figure slowly took shape as the stars in the sky revolved. Suddenly, a supreme Taoist rhyme was emitted from the vague shadow. It first spread to the entire boundless starry sky and then continued to spread to the entire untainted land. Not long after, this supreme Taoist rhyme covered the entire untainted land, including the chaos outside the sky. But the strange thing was that no matter how the Taoist rhyme spread, no one in the untainted land could discover it. Success or failure, it depends on this moment. Feeling that this supreme Taoist rhyme had covered the entire untainted land, Feng Zichen could not help but feel a little nervous. That Taoist rhyme was the Pangu's Taoist rhyme that he had reverse refined through Zhouxing. Therefore, No one in the entire untainted land had discovered its trace. And the method that Feng Zichen used to repair the boundless starry sky was related to this Pangu's Taoist rhyme. As everyone knew, the untainted land was opened by Pangu, and the boundless starry sky was formed by his body. Therefore, if he wanted to repair the boundless starry sky, he had to find a way from Pangu. The method that Feng Zichen thought of was to use Zhouxing to reverse refine Pangu's power and use it to reopen the boundless starry sky. At first, he did not know if this method would work, but this was the only way that he could think of. However, now it seemed that this method was very likely to succeed. At the very least, the first step, using Zhouxing to reverse refine Pangu's power, had been successful. Next, it was up to Zhouxing to reopen the boundless starry sky in the chaos. As Pangu's Taoist rhyme spread, all the debris of the stars in the entire untainted land, including the chaos beyond the heavens, were summoned and quickly flew toward the boundless starry sky. For a time, countless debris of the stars rose from the untainted land and flew toward the boundless starry sky. Even the debris of the stars that had fallen into the chaos beyond the heavens or been drowned by the chaos aura also broke free and returned to their positions. At this moment, everyone's nerves were very sensitive. Even a small matter was enough to attract their attention to prevent any changes. Moreover, it was a big matter that countless debris of the stars were flying toward the boundless starry sky. Thus, the crowd immediately turned their gazes to the boundless starry sky. Unfortunately, they could not see anything. All they could see was the vast chaos aura. Everyone could see through the void of the untainted land, but they could not see through the chaos aura. Otherwise, the chaos would not be so mysterious. However, although everyone could not see it, it did not prevent them from knowing what had happened. The art of divination was something that every great divine ability cultivator would know at least a little about. Ziwei Star Lord is actually going to repair the boundless starry sky? Thinking of this, everyone could not help but be pleasantly surprised. This could be considered a rare piece of good news since the outbreak of the Great Calamity. If the boundless starry sky was restabilized, the pressure brought to everyone by the collapse of the heaven realm would undoubtedly be reduced by a lot. But immediately, a hint of worry appeared in everyone's hearts. Could Ziwei Star Lord alone really successfully repair the boundless starry sky? It was not that they did not trust Ziwei Star Lord, but it was too difficult to repair the boundless starry sky. Even a saint did not have this ability. Ziwei Star Lord was only a half-step primordial chaos. How could he do something that even a saint could not do? But in everyone's hearts, there was also a faint hope. Perhaps, Ziwei Star Lord could really succeed. If he did not have enough confidence, why would he take action to cultivate the boundless starry sky? I hope he can succeed. In short, repairing the boundless starry sky was a great thing for the primordial world. No one wanted Feng Zichen to fail. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. Feng Zichen's strength was almost squeezed dry. However, his efforts were not in vain. Other than the completely shattered debris of the stars, the rest of the debris of the stars were recalled by him and floated in the boundless starry sky. If someone were to ascend to the boundless starry sky at this time, they would see, in the boundless chaos chi, there were 365 huge stars carrying countless debris of the stars. They were slowly moving according to some mysterious trajectory. If one stood higher, they would see that these Zhouxing arrangements were very similar to a vague human figure. Pangu. According to Feng Zichen's imagination, the highest achievement of the Tao of Stars was to reverse the Pangu's Tao body. At this moment, he was using real Zhouxing to verify his imagination. Wasn't the appearance of Pangu formed by Zhouxing the highest achievement of the Tao of gods and demons? However, there was a flaw in the perfection. The Pangu's Tao shadow formed by Zhouxing was too blurry. One could barely see that it was a human figure. Furthermore, among the 365 stars, apart from the 3 noble stars, the other 362 stars were all in tatters. Not a single one of them was complete. As for the ancient stars that were second only to Zhouxing, other than a few that were intact, the rest were all in pieces. The debris of the stars that Feng Zichen had recalled from the primordial world were them. These stars were all shattered by the wizard tribe in the battle between the wizard tribe and the demon tribe. The first step to repairing the boundless starry sky was to find a way to repair these ancient stars. Not to mention restoring them to their original state. At the very least, they had to be restored to the state of stars. Otherwise, how could these debris of the stars operate the galaxy cosmic light array? With Feng Zichen's strength, it was impossible for him to repair these ancient stars. Therefore, he planned to use external forces. Go! Taking out the remaining star demon god's origin, Feng Zichen shattered it and scattered it into the boundless starry sky. The demon god's origin dissipated in the wind and turned into the purest star essence, merging with the ancient star debris. Rumble! The demon god's origin was indeed one of the most mysterious forces in the world. Under its effect, the star debris began to gather and reform the ancient stars. Of course, although the demon god's origin was mysterious, it was obviously impossible to repair all the ancient stars with the demon god's origin in Feng Zichen's hands. The quantity was far from enough. However, Feng Zichen's purpose was not to repair all the ancient stars, but to maintain the appearance of the stars. Even if it was only for a few years, it would be enough for him to set up the galaxy cosmic light array. As long as the galaxy cosmic light array could operate, Feng Zichen was confident that he could repair the ancient stars and the boundless starry sky. Fortunately, although the heavenly cycle of stars had been severely damaged and their foundations had been damaged, they had not been completely destroyed and could still be activated. Otherwise, just repairing Zhouxing would be enough to take Feng Zichen's life. The demon god's origin in his hands was far from enough. Galaxy cosmic light array rise. At the moment when the ancient stars were formed, Feng Zichen seized the opportunity and mobilized Zhouxing and countless ancient stars at the fastest speed to form the galaxy cosmic light array. How could it not be fast? The power of the demon god's origin was limited and could not maintain the ancient stars for a long time. If he did not hurry up, who knew when the ancient star would shatter again? Then, all of Feng Zichen's previous efforts would be in vain. Zhouxing operated quickly, bringing with it streams of light, forming a huge galaxy in the boundless starry sky. At the same time, endless starlight gathered, forming a huge halo that enveloped the boundless starry sky. Galaxy cosmic light. One was space, the other was time. Although this formation was made up of stars, its attribute was spacetime. Although the galaxy cosmic light array and the demon clan's heavenly cycle star array were both formed by stars, their functions were completely different. The former was the supreme array of time and space, which was formed by Feng Zichen using stars. The latter was completely focused on space, which could suppress and refine everything. This feeling is really amazing. Feng Zichen had created the galaxy cosmic light array for a long time, but it was the first time he used Zhouxing to set up the array. Previously, he had used his own magic power to simulate Zhouxing to set up the array. Compared to the power now, it was naturally incomparable. It was not that he did not want to use Zhouxing to set up the array, but Dijun did not allow it. As the galaxy cosmic light array gradually took shape, the boundless starry sky also underwent a wonderful change. Inexplicable images appeared from nothingness, as if they were from the past and the future. But at the same time, they all had unparalleled power. This was the true power of the galaxy cosmic light array, which connected the past, present, and future into one. At this time, no matter how one looked at it, the galaxy cosmic light array was one. There was no past, no future, only the present. Endless star power gathered and gradually gathered at the border of the boundless starry sky, forming a huge invisible light curtain that separated the boundless starry sky from the chaos beyond. At this point, the chaos beyond could no longer devour the boundless starry sky. After separating the two again, the next thing to do was to solve the chaos that was still in the boundless starry sky and repair Zhouxing. Turn. Feng Zichen held the Zhouxing diagram in his hand and burst out his strongest power, activating the galaxy cosmic light array with all his strength. Whoosh! In an instant, the galaxy flowed and the cosmic light rotated. The entire galaxy cosmic light array seemed to have become a huge vortex, sucking in all the chaos that was floating in the boundless starry sky. Chapter 5:16. As the chaotic gas that filled the boundless starry sky was absorbed by the galaxy cosmic light array, the boundless starry sky once again appeared in front of everyone. What is that? A vast and boundless galaxy. Looking at the galaxy cosmic light array that hovered in the center of the starry sky, everyone was puzzled and shocked. They did not need to experience the power of the galaxy personally. Just by looking at its power, they knew that it was absolutely terrifying. It seems to be an array formation. It's similar to the Demon Clan's heavenly cycle star array, but it's more mysterious and has fluctuations of time and space. Everyone was experienced and knowledgeable. After the initial shock, they could almost see the function of the galaxy cosmic light array. This was another supreme array formation that used Zhoshing as its foundation. Wait, the boundless starry sky has been repaired. Suddenly, someone noticed the invisible barrier that stood at the border of the boundless starry sky and could not help but exclaim excitedly. Hiss! Did he really repair the boundless starry sky alone? Then this Z-Way Star Master is too strong. No, Z-Way Star Master has not repaired the boundless starry sky yet. He only separated the boundless starry sky from the chaos outside. But this is already enough. Z-Way Star Master is indeed the master of the stars. His means are really amazing, far beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Seeing that the problem that had troubled them for a long time had been solved by Z-Way Star Master, everyone was relieved that the situation of the destruction of the Chaos world had been alleviated, and they were shocked by Z-Way Star Master's means. Although the boundless starry sky had not been completely repaired at this time, in everyone's eyes, it was almost repaired. After all, after being separated from the chaos outside, the boundless starry sky would not continue to collapse. In this way, everyone only needed to face the pressure of the heaven realm's destruction and did not need to worry about the boundless starry sky. The pressure was suddenly reduced by a lot. As for completely repairing the boundless starry sky, don't joke. With so many stars broken, even if Z-Way Star Master sacrificed himself, his power could not restore all of them. Therefore, to completely repair the boundless starry sky was not something that could be done overnight. This required the spontaneous adjustment of heaven and earth after the chaos world stabilized. With the combined power of many great magicians and endless years, it was possible to restore the boundless starry sky to its heyday. Unless Pangu was reborn, it would be impossible to repair the boundless starry sky in a short period of time. Hence, everyone deeply admired the Emperor Star-Lord for being able to do this. He was resisting the pressure of the entire boundless starry sky with his own strength, greatly reducing the pressure faced by everyone. Sure enough, as the boundless starry sky stabilized, the pressure that the heaven realm brought to everyone also lessened. The Grand Pure One seized the opportunity and activated the Taiji painting with all his might. The golden bridge immediately grew larger. Its body shone brightly and emitted shocking fluctuations. It lifted the heavenly realm and stopped it from sinking. Seeing that, Saint Jain did not care about receiving the living beings. He hurriedly left the world golden ship and rushed to the golden bridge to support the sky with the Grand Pure One. At the same time, the 5 elements of heaven and earth vibrated, and the shadows of the 5 elements' sacred beasts appeared, releasing dazzling light. However, they sensed the great tribulation of the world. The connate 5 elements' sacred beasts were born to stabilize the primordial world. In the blink of an eye, the situation was reversed. The primordial world was stabilized, and the great apocalypse tribulation showed signs of being suppressed. Unfortunately, before the first wave subsided, another wave arose. Just as the primordial world showed signs of stability, the chaos outside the heavens became chaotic again. Previously, when the heaven and earth barrier was broken, the chaos chi that surged in wantonly devoured everything around it without anyone suppressing it. It had already developed and strengthened, causing huge waves in the chaos outside the heavens. The first to bear the brunt of it was the major kiliocosm that the saints had created in the outer world. They were suffering from the crazy impact of the chaos chi. They were like small boats that had fallen into a storm and could be destroyed at any time. Fortunately, the 6 saints had become saints through merit. They all had 3 corpses in the world. With them around, they could still hold on for a period of time. It was also because the saints' world was blocking in front that the chaos chi did not rush straight to the primordial world. Otherwise, once it was attacked by the chaos chi, the great situation that the primordial world had built with great difficulty would be destroyed. At the edge of the primordial world, heavenly Dao Hongjun watched quietly. Even though the world was about to be destroyed, his eyes were still calm, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. I have to find the item that supports the heavens as soon as possible. The changes in the outer world naturally could not be hidden from the saint's perception. Therefore, the saint's expression changed as he said solemnly, "It was only a temporary measure for them to carry the heaven realm like this. Only when they found the true item that supported the heavens could they be done once and for all." Yes. The heavenly secrets show that there's something wrong with the North Sea. Perhaps the item that supports the heavens should be there. Third brother, please make a trip. The Grand Pure One deduced for a moment and said to the Grand Master of Heaven, "Saints and the heavenly Tao were not joking. They could obtain some secrets or opportunities from the heavenly Tao that ordinary people could not know." The Grand Master of Heaven replied and was about to go to the North Sea. However, he did not expect that at this moment, a huge tree would suddenly fly over from outer space and support the world. It was the World Tree. In the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen saw that the primordial world was stable and knew that the time for the World Tree to appear had arrived. He hurriedly took it out and sent it to the primordial world. Rumble! The World Tree landed and took root. Its huge roots penetrated the ground and directly connected to the netherworld. It even grew deeper. The origin of heaven and earth gathered spontaneously and surged into the roots of the World Tree to help it grow. Boom! The World Tree was growing at an unimaginable speed. Soon, it reached the same height as the heavens and blocked the heaven realm. However, after that, the growth of the World Tree stopped. It was because the heaven realm was too heavy, and the World Tree could not continue to grow. However, with the help of the World Tree, the Grand Pure One and the Saint Jain became much more relaxed. What kind of tree is this? Even the saints could not help but be shocked when they saw the World Tree. It was too extraordinary. The patterns on its body seemed to be describing the mysteries of the world. Everything around it corresponded to the Great Tao. This tree, it was like the incarnation of the Great Tao. It carried all the principles of the world. One look at it made people have the urge to comprehend the Tao. I don't know. However, although this tree is extraordinary, I'm afraid it's still not enough to support the heavens. The Grand Pure One thought for a while and said. Moreover, as he spoke, he also tried to retract some of his strength. The pressure of the heaven realm suddenly increased by several degrees. The World Tree creaked as if it could not bear the burden. It seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Saint Jain was even more unlucky. With it, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Grand Pure One. Saint Jain glared at the Grand Pure One. He was so angry that he could not speak. Speaking of which, his injury was not important. It could even be said to be close to nothing. However, after this incident, he had lost all his face. Fellow Taoist, don't blame me. Poor Wei just wanted to see the limits of the divine tree. I didn't expect to accidentally injure you, fellow Taoist. I hope you won't be angry. The Grand Pure One said calmly as he raised his strength. He was angry at Xuantiai's actions just now and deliberately made him look bad. Saint Jain snorted coldly and did not reply. He knew his own matters. Just now, the two of them had made a fortune from the disaster. It could be said that they had offended all the people in the East. This time, everyone was probably happy that the Grand Pure One had schemed against him. They would not blame the Grand Pure One at all. In fact, everyone might even praise him in their hearts. Well done. Third brother, although this divine tree is extraordinary, it has not entered the mature stage. In the future, it might be able to support the heaven realm, but now, I'm afraid it can't. Therefore, I'll have to trouble you to go to the North Sea. With the strength of the Grand Pure One, he could naturally see that the world tree was extraordinary. There were endless possibilities. However, potential could only represent the future, not the present. Just relying on this divine tree alone was obviously not enough to support the sky. He still needed the help of other things to support the sky. Senior brother, the poor way is going. After responding, the Grandmaster of Heaven held the Qingping sword and floated towards the North Sea. There was a huge black turtle there. It had existed since the beginning of the world. It was formed from the remnants of the chaos fiend god. Its physical body was not inferior to that of the ancestral magi. Its dharma powers were comparable to that of primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. Even the black tortoise sacred beast of the 5 elements sacred beasts did not dare to say that it was superior. However, such a powerful existence was unable to take human form because of its origin. If it could not transform, it could not achieve the great Tao. As a result, its cultivation level had been stuck at the peak of the quasi-saint realm. It could not break through and take that crucial step. And its 4 feet, it was the best thing to support the sky. As expected, it won't work. On the Emperor Star, Feng Zichen was not too surprised to see that the world tree could not support the heaven realm. This was to be expected. If the world was so easy to support, this apocalyptic calamity would not have been so big. If you can't do it, then I'll help you. With a thought, Feng Zichen changed the array formation and activated the second form of the galactic cosmic light array. Rumble. Star orbits lit up one after another. They were purple and lustrous, forming a mysterious and complicated meridian diagram in the starry sky. Pangu's meridian diagram. The moment the meridian diagram was formed, a huge change happened. The chaotic aura that had been sucked in earlier began to flow in the star orbit according to a mysterious pattern, just like a person moving spiritual aura in his meridians. That's right, this was Feng Zichen's goal. He wanted to let Zhouxing cultivate. In the form of an array, he would restore Zhouxing to Pangu. He would use this to circulate his cultivation method, breathe in and out the chaotic aura, and cultivate. In this way, the repair of the stellar cycles would become a healing process. Then, everything would become simple. In fact, after Zhouxing was repaired, he could even rely on cultivation to take another step forward. As the chaotic aura circulated in the star orbit became more and more solid, as if it had become a real meridian. Moreover, after a large cycle, a lot of chaotic aura was refined and turned into nourishment for repairing the ancient star. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With the first time, the second time was much simpler, then the third time, the fourth time, the fifth time. After a large cycle, the chaotic aura was rapidly refined. Waves of mysterious power were born and merged into the ancient star. The ancient star was nourished. The body that was on the verge of breaking was slowly recovering and gradually returning to stability. This was different from before. Previously, it was the origin of the star demon god that forcefully condensed the star fragments. When the power of the origin of the demon god was exhausted, it would shatter again. Now, it was using the power of the origin obtained from refining the chaotic aura to repair the ancient star to awaken their vitality. It was like being reborn. Everything was developing in a good direction. The ancient star was repaired, and the power of the galaxy cosmic light array became stronger. Correspondingly, the barrier that isolated the chaos outside the sky also became stronger. At the same time, an even stronger suction force came from the galaxy cosmic light array, sucking towards the heaven realm, trying to pull him up. And the blurry figure of Pangu became clearer and clearer. However, other than Feng Zichen, no one could detect his existence. Why is the heaven realm getting lighter and lighter? Below, the moment the heaven realm changed, the Grand Pure One and Saint Jein immediately sensed it. Then they looked up in confusion. Poor Wei, why do I feel that these ancient stars are getting brighter and brighter? Saint Taiching narrowed his eyes and said with some uncertainty. If he wasn't wrong, the stars in the sky seemed to be stronger than before. But how was this possible? To repair Zhousing, the power of the origin was enormous. Even if a saint sacrificed himself, it would be far from enough. No matter how extraordinary Ziwei Star-Lord was, could he be stronger than a saint? But what was going on with the increasingly powerful stars? For a moment, Saint Taiching was at a loss. Although he didn't want to believe it, the facts in front of him made him believe it. Ziwei Star-Lord seemed to be repairing Zhousing. Just as everyone was working together to save the world, an extremely secret space under Mount Buzhou quietly changed. It was a purple space filled with a dense purple aura. At the bottom of the space, there was a mysterious purple spirit spring that was constantly spewing out spring water. The purple gas in the space was emitted by this spirit spring. If a powerful person came here, he would recognize that this purple gas spirit spring was none other than Pangu's spinal cord that had disappeared for many years. No one would have thought that Pangu's spinal cord didn't disappear but was hidden. But now, with the collapse of Mount Buzhou, he couldn't hide anymore. Or rather, he had prepared for this moment. The roots of the world tree, under the guidance of an inexplicable force, broke through layers of space and arrived here. Then, without waiting for the world tree to make a move, Pangu's spinal cord pounced on the roots of the world tree like a swallow returning to the forest. Rumble! The world tree had broken through. With the help of Pangu's spinal cord, the world tree, which was on the verge of breaking through, finally completed its transformation and became an existence at the primordial chaos level. Chapter 517. Boom! Shocking waves were emitted from the Tree of World. Boundless vitality filled the air and spread to the untainted land. The creatures who were struggling to survive in the great calamity were instantly healed by the vitality. Even the land that had long been devastated was covered in a layer of green under the spread of vitality. Everything grew. Unfortunately, this did not last long. When the vitality dissipated, the great calamity resumed, and everything returned to its original state. However, the changes of the Tree of World did not stop there. It, which had stopped growing, continued to grow. One was pushing up from below, and the other was pulling up from above. The sinking trend of the heaven realm was stopped. A delicate balance was reached between the three. Suddenly, the crown of the Tree of World grew to the broken part of the heaven realm. Originally, the Tree of World wanted to enter the heaven realm through this gap. However, the gap was too small and it was stuck there. Moreover, the heaven realm here was extremely fragile. The slightest movement of the Tree of World would destroy the surrounding space of the heaven realm, causing the space of the heaven realm to shatter on a large scale. In that case, even the Tree of World would not be able to support the heaven realm. Previously, even if the heaven realm collapsed, it was still a hole. It was like a mirror. Although it was full of cracks, it was not completely broken. However, if the Tree of World was destroyed again, the heaven realm would really be broken into countless pieces. If he were to fall, it would be a disaster. Therefore, the Tree of World did not dare to act rashly, and its growth slowed down. However, this was not without benefits. Because the gap was blocked, the heavenly river that flowed down from the heaven realm would inevitably flow through the Tree of World. However, the Tree of World was a chaos spiritual root. It could be said that its entire body was filled with creation. Even ordinary water that flowed through its body would become divine water, let alone the water of the heavenly river that was already extraordinary. The heavenly river flowed down from the Tree of World to the untainted land. However, unlike before, the water of the heavenly river now emitted a strong vitality because it had infected the Tree of World. Wherever it passed, the land was no longer flooded. Instead, it was filled with vitality. That's right. The water of the heavenly river turned from the water of destruction into the water of vitality. It no longer brought disaster to the untainted land, but endless vitality. Wherever it passed, the wounds of the land were healed and the destructive aura was melted. The crown of the world tree was the same, and so were its roots. Not long after the world tree took root, the surging earth fire slowly retreated into the underground abyss. The fire chi was swallowed by the Tree of World and became nutrients for its growth. At the same time, the power of the world gushed out from the roots of the tree of world and merged with the untainted land, smoothing out the veins and calming the riot. For a time, the calamity of the great desolate world actually showed signs of calming down. At the very least, the world tree had saved everyone from the abyss of suffering. This sudden turn of events left everyone unable to react. How could the apocalypse have subsided before they had even done anything? Moreover, what they could not accept the most was that the results they had achieved with all their efforts were not as much as the sum of the man and the tree. This was very unbearable. It made them seem particularly useless. One had to know that they had begun saving the world since the apocalypse. The result was only to temporarily suppress the great calamity. However, this was only a way to treat the symptoms and not the root cause. The great calamity could erupt again at any time. However, the moment the Emperor Star Master made a move, he repaired the boundless starry sky and reduced the power of the apocalypse by a few points. The divine tree that suddenly appeared was even more incredible. However, in a short period of time, except for the heaven realm, the calamities in the rest of the untainted land were almost all calmed by him. No, it was the heaven realm. It was also affected by him. Since the world tree was named after the world, it must have an incomparable effect on the world. It had all the abilities that the world had. It also had the abilities that the world did not have. Although the world tree didn't dare to continue growing because of the heaven realm, it wasn't completely useless. Waves of mysterious world power were emitted from the crown of the world tree and merged into the surrounding space of the heaven realm, slowly repairing it. The world tree was repairing the heaven realm. However, this process was a little slow, and the heaven realm was too damaged. It would take too long to repair it. But overall, this was a good thing. On the other side, the Grand Pure One was trying to retract his power. As his power was retracted bit by bit, the pressure of the heaven realm falling also shifted towards the saint and the world tree. However, at this moment, the world tree did not emit a creaking sound like before. Instead, it stubbornly held on and continued to support the heaven realm. When the Grand Pure One completely retracted his power, the world tree was still the same as before. It stood between heaven and earth like a heavenly pillar. The heaven realm did not continue to sink. What a divine tree! Seeing this, even the Grand Pure One could not help but sigh. This divine tree was not much worse than a saint. The Grand Pure One had the time to sigh at the magic of the world tree, but the Saint Jain did not think so. He couldn't wait to curse out loud. He wanted to curse the Grand Pure One. After the Grand Pure One withdrew his power, the pressure brought by the sinking of the heaven realm fell on the Saint Jain and the world tree. First of all, the Saint Jain's strength was not as good as the Grand Pure One's. Secondly, the Saint Jain did not have the Taiji painting like the Grand Pure One. Therefore, compared to the calmness of the Grand Pure One when he was supporting the sky, the Saint Jain felt much worse. He was completely relying on his own strength to hold on. He, who was already feeling terrible, felt even worse when he saw the leisurely Grand Pure One at the side. He wished he could quit on the spot. Unfortunately, he did not dare. If the heavenly realm were to fall because of his abandonment, the heavenly Tao would definitely not let him off. Jain was not the second generation of the gods like the three pure ones. He would not receive preferential treatment from the heavenly Tao. If he made a mistake, although he would not die, the heavenly Tao would not let him have an easy time. Therefore, in the primordial world, the three pure ones lived more freely than Zhuan-Ti. After waiting for a while, the Grand Pure One said to him, "Fellow Taoist Jain, please slowly retract your strength later so that the poor Wei can see if this tree can really support the sky. If the world tree could really support the sky, then things would be much simpler. That's how it should be." Saint Jain nodded and began to retract his strength bit by bit. What's going on? Why is the heaven realm getting heavier and heavier? At the same time, Feng Zichen, who was pulling the heaven realm up in the boundless starry sky, suddenly felt that the heaven realm was getting heavier and heavier, causing him to be unable to pull it. F***ck, are they crazy? With a thought, Feng Zichen looked down and saw what was happening. He could not help but curse in his heart. Whoever had something would feel sorry for it. Even though he had guessed that the Grand Pure One and Jie Yin's purpose was to test the limits of the World Tree, Feng Zichen was still worried that something would happen to the World Tree. What if he was crushed by the Heaven Realm? Therefore, Feng Zichen moved. Go. He raised the Zhouxing painting and merged it with the Galaxy Cosmic Light Array. In an instant, the power of the Galaxy Cosmic Light Array soared. The galaxy flowed quickly, and the cosmic light also rotated endlessly. Even more chaotic chi was refined and turned into the purest origin chi, fusing into the stars, causing them to become even brighter. Whoosh! In the Galaxy Cosmic Light Array, an even greater suction force came, firmly pulling the heaven realm up. In the primordial world, as Saint Jie kept withdrawing his power, the heaven realm, which should have continued to sink, did not move at all under Feng Zichen's pull. The Grand Pure One and Saint Jie looked at each other and thought that there was a chance. They continued to withdraw their power. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. As time passed, the chaos chi in the Galaxy Cosmic Light Array was exhausted, and the power of the array was no longer strengthened. However, Saint Jie was still withdrawing his power. The heaven realm suddenly dropped a point. A cracking sound came from the void. It was not that the World Tree had broken. It was that the crack in the heaven realm had collided with the World Tree and became even more serious. Not good. Almost subconsciously, Saint Jie completely released his power and propped up the heaven realm again. From the looks of it, this divine tree can't completely support the heaven realm. It needs the help of other heaven-supporting items. Then let's see how third brother is doing. The Grand Pure One stroked his beard and said, "In the North Sea, the Grand Master of Heaven had already found the black tortoise and was negotiating with it. The saint acted on behalf of the heavens and upheld the justice of the heavens. The black tortoise did not commit any mistakes. Even if it was needed to support the heavens, it could not be killed wantonly. Fellow Taoist black tortoise, although your body is powerful, it is also a cage that restricts your achievements. Why don't you give it up in exchange for a huge opportunity? In the next life, the Poor Way will personally guide you and help you achieve the Tao." The sect leader of Tong Tian tried his best to persuade him and even made a promise. "Alright, old tortoise, I agree. Fellow Taoist, I hope you won't forget what you said today." The black tortoise thought for a moment and replied in a muffled voice. All turtles had an inexplicable talent in the Tao of deduction. As the turtle ancestor, the black tortoise was one of the best in this Tao. He had long predicted that this great calamity of destruction was where his opportunity lay. Therefore, he would not refuse at all. His previous hesitation was just to get some benefits. "I won't forget. I definitely won't forget." Seeing that the black tortoise agreed, the Grand Master of Heaven hurriedly promised excitedly. A disciple with heaven-supporting merit would be popular anywhere. If he wanted to become his disciple, the Grand Master of Heaven would be overjoyed. How could he refuse? Damn it. I don't believe it. I can't afford to pull up the primordial heaven realm. In the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen made up his mind. He took a step forward and entered the center of the formation, merging with the Galaxy Cosmic Light formation. The next moment, he sat cross-legged and began to circulate his cultivation method. Rumble. In the void that no one could see, the blurry figure of Pangu also sat cross-legged like Feng Zichen. Then, Feng Zichen inhaled and exhaled the Kane Chi. The blurry figure of Pangu also did the same. Feng Zichen inhaled. But Pangu's figure inhaled. It was incredible. Phew! In the chaos outside the sky, the chaotic chi that was attacking the saint's world seemed to be attracted by some force and quickly rushed toward the boundless starry sky. They were forcefully sucked over by Pangu's Tao shadow. Rumble. After a large cycle, all the chaotic chi that was sucked over was refined. Pangu's figure continued to breathe. But Feng Zichen felt that it was too slow. Therefore, he set his eyes on Mount Buzhou in the lower realm. Although Mount Buzhou had collapsed, it was still formed from Pangu's spine. It had immeasurable divine might, and there was an indelible mark of Pangu on its body. If he could get his hands on it and use it to operate the Galaxy Cosmic Light formation, the power of the formation would be several levels higher. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen was tempted. He was about to take the broken Mount Buzhou. In any case, even if he didn't take it now, the broken Mount Buzhou would be taken away by the Heavenly Lord of the Beginning soon and refined into a powerful postnatal supreme treasure, the overturning sky seal. However, how could a mere overturning sky seal be compared to his great plan? No matter how strong the overturning sky seal was, even if it was the strongest postnatal supreme treasure in the primordial world, it was only a magic treasure and was useless to the primordial world. However, if Feng Zichen's plan succeeded, not only would the boundless starry sky be completely repaired, but it would also have the possibility of unlimited advancement. This was a great thing that would last for eternity. It would be of great benefit to the primordial world. It was enough to affect the endless space-time and countless living beings that came after. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen suddenly felt that he was great. He took away Mount Buzhou not for himself, but for the primordial world and all living beings. Then, he reached out and grabbed the broken Mount Buzhou. In the void where no one could see, Pangu's figure opened his right hand and grabbed the primordial world. Rumble! In the eyes of everyone, Mount Buzhou rose from the ground and flew toward the boundless starry sky. Forget it. I'll let you have it. When the Heavenly Lord of the Beginning saw this scene, he was about to stop him. He had been coveting that section of Mount Buzhou for a long time, but he had never had the chance to take it. But he didn't expect that with his delay, someone else had already taken the lead. However, when he thought of the boundless starry sky, the Heavenly Lord of the Beginning forcefully suppressed the idea of making a move. The other party had made a contribution to the primordial world. If he competed with him for that section of Mount Buzhou, he would really be too ashamed to face others. Feng Zichen controlled Pangu's figure and carefully placed the section of Mount Buzhou in the center of the galaxy's cosmic light formation, which was where Pangu's spine was. A burst of light flashed. The section of Mount Buzhou and the galaxy's cosmic light formation were completely integrated into one. They were inseparable. Almost at the same time. In the invisible void, the facial features and outline of Pangu's figure gradually became clear. It was as if the real Pangu had descended. It was that his body was illusory and not a real entity. Pangu was a god. The highest achievement of the galaxy's cosmic light formation. Chapter 5:18. Rumble. God Pangu opened his mouth and took a deep breath. The chaotic aura surged into his mouth. Not long after, the chaotic aura that was wreaking havoc in the outer space was completely devoured and refined by God Pangu. But this was not the end. After devouring the chaotic aura, God Pangu turned his gaze to the outer space and absorbed the chaotic aura from there. Inhale. As God Pangu inhaled and exhaled, a large amount of chaotic aura surged from the outer space. After being transformed by his cultivation technique, it turned into the purest source and fused into his limbs, bones, and meridians. Zhousing and the ancient stars were nourished by the source power. They regained their vitality and began to slowly recover. Moreover, as these stars were recovering, some mysterious fluctuations seemed to be born in the depths of their star cores. This was the sign of the Khanate Tao embryo. The chaotic aura refined by God Pangu was the pure source power of heaven and earth. It had the ability to create all things. The stars that were on the brink of destruction, after being repaired by the world's origin, were no different from being reborn. Naturally, they contained astonishing fortunes. This fortune was not as simple as repairing the stars. It also gave them the possibility of giving birth to life. Perhaps, this mysterious power was very weak now and there was no possibility of giving birth to life. But as long as God Pangu continued to operate, this mysterious power would continue to grow until it gave birth to life. Actually, that was not necessarily the case. What these stars gave birth to might not be life. It could also be a Khanate spiritual treasure. But no matter what the stars gave birth to, it was an incomparably precious treasure to Feng Zichen. If it was a Khanate spiritual treasure, he could use it to cultivate his disciples. If it was a Khanate god fiend, it would be the direct descendant of the direct descendants. It would be the foundation for Feng Zichen to conquer the world in the future. After being chased out of the boundless starry sky by the monster race, the previous star gods had long been entangled with the major forces of the wilderness. They could no longer be of one mind with Feng Zichen. Therefore, after Feng Zichen became the master of the boundless starry sky, he would never allow the star gods to regain control of Zhouxing, lest they cause trouble for him. But Zhouxing couldn't go a day without a leader, so those newly born star gods became the most suitable candidates. Firstly, they were born from the stars, so there would be no barriers to controlling the stars. Secondly, they were born because of Feng Zichen, so they owed Feng Zichen a great deal of karma. It was almost impossible for them to betray him. He believed that when the new batch of star gods was born, Feng Zichen's team would be completely formed. At that time, apart from the Shen sect, who else in the vast untainted land could be his opponent? Wasn't he the one who had the final say in the heavenly court? Zhouxing's change was not noticed by Feng Zichen, because his entire body was immersed in an extremely profound Tao realm, and he was practically unable to extricate himself. That kind of feeling could be said to be the most wonderful in the world, causing one to be intoxicated and lost. It was the beauty of the great Tao. The beauty of attaining Tao, refining essence into Qi, refining Qi into spirit, refining spirit into the void, returning to the void and joining the Tao. After the chaotic Qi in Pangu's body circulated a large cycle, it was transformed into an extremely mysterious power through these four processes. It came to the Purple Mansion Divine Court, surged into the Emperor Star, and was absorbed by Feng Zichen. That power was extremely mysterious. Its essence could be said to be infinitely close to the great Tao. If he wasn't wrong, this power should be the power of Pangu's realm. It was because Feng Zichen absorbed this power that he fell into Tao enlightenment. However, his realm was too low. This power that far exceeded the primordial chaos realm contained too much information that he couldn't understand. As a result, he couldn't understand it for a moment and was a little confused by the impact. He needed to carefully organize the information before he could regain consciousness. For Feng Zichen, the benefits were undoubtedly huge. In such an environment for a long time, even if he didn't cultivate in the future, he would naturally break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm. What was a supreme opportunity? This was it. Although Feng Zichen's consciousness had fallen into Tao enlightenment, that extremely mysterious power was still slowly transforming his body. His Pangu Tao body was undergoing an astonishing transformation. From an innate divine body, step by step, it was transforming into the body of a chaos demon god. Of course, this process, the time needed, would take a long time. However, for Daluo Jingxian, the most extravagant thing was time. Perhaps, when Feng Zichen truly broke through to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, he would become a new chaos demon god. Rumble. Pangu had become a god, and the power of the galaxy cosmic light array soared, even faintly surpassing the level of primordial chaos. However, Zhouxing was too damaged, and it hadn't been completely repaired yet. This caused the power of the galaxy cosmic light array to be limited, and it couldn't be unleashed to the extreme. In the end, the power of the galaxy cosmic light array stopped at the late stage of primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, the 9th level of primordial chaos. This kind of strength, in the primordial world, was second only to Tiandao Hongjun Rise. A terrifying power spread out from the boundless starry sky. Pangu stretched out his hands, grabbed the heaven realm, and pulled it up. However, in the eyes of everyone, the galaxy cosmic light array suddenly erupted, releasing an unparalleled suction force that sucked the heaven realm up into the sky. Boom! The heaven realm shook. It slowly rose up. At this moment, there was no need for the Tai Ching to guide the two saints and the Tree of World to make a move. Feng Zichen alone could hold up the heaven realm. It could be said that as long as the god Pangu could continue to operate, even if there was no heaven-supporting object, the heaven realm would not fall. In fact, as the god Pangu became stronger and stronger, the heaven realm would become more and more stable. Unfortunately, Feng Zichen would not let the god Pangu hold up the heaven realm. He still had a more important task, which was to work hard to cultivate. As for the matter of holding up the heaven realm, it was only temporary. The next step would be handed over to the Tree of World and the saints. What was holding up the sky with one hand? That was it. To be honest, Feng Zichen had almost single-handedly quelled the world-ending calamity that happened in the primordial world. Of course. Among them, there was also the help of all the great divine powers. If it were not for the fact that many great divine powers had worked together to suppress the world-ending calamity and bought time for Feng Zichen, he would not have had the chance to repair the boundless starry sky. In that case, there would not have been anything that happened after that. It could only be said that Feng Zichen had played a decisive role in quelling the world-ending calamity this time. Next, those great divine powers only needed to clean up the mess and fill the hole in the heaven realm. Then they would set up the heavenly pillar, and the world-ending calamity would be over. Rumble. The heaven realm was pulled by the god Pangu and kept flying upwards. Without the pressure of the heaven realm, the Tree of Worlds' growth, which had stopped, grew with an even more violent momentum. It was even faster than the rising speed of the heaven realm. The Tree of World grew too fast. The top of its tree crown directly opened a gap in the heaven realm and rushed into the heaven realm, growing wildly. Not good. Everyone who saw this scene below felt their hearts tighten. They were afraid that it would cause a chain reaction and cause the heaven realm to collapse on a large scale. But fortunately, what they were worried about did not happen, because the Tree of World was stronger than before. With the Pangu's spinal cord, the Tree of World was constantly growing stronger. Now, it had truly completed its transformation and stood in the primordial chaos domain. Boom! A supreme power bloomed from the Tree of World, forcefully condensing the shattered void and preventing it from continuing to shatter. At the same time, two huge branches stretched out from the Tree of World's body and lifted up the heaven realm. Tree of World! Tree of World! At this moment, the Tree of World. Only then could it be called the Tree of World. Its roots were connected to the netherworld, its body stood between heaven and earth, and its crown reached into the heaven realm. A tree connected the three realms of heaven, earth, and man. This was the Tree of World. Boundless power of the world hung down from the Tree of World's body and spread to the world, trying its best to repair the shattered mountains and rivers. The entire primordial world was developing in a good direction, except for the huge gap in the center of the heaven realm. Junior Sister Nua, please make a move and repair the heaven realm. The Grand Pure One suddenly turned his head and said to Nua. The heaven realm had to be repaired by Nua. It was not destined by the heavenly Tao. Instead, Nua was the most proficient existence in the Tao of creation in the primordial world. Moreover, the only thing that could refine Khanate items, the Khanate Supreme Treasure Qiankuan Cauldron, was also in Nua's hands. The candidate to mend the heavens was none other than her. Okay. Nodding, Nua followed the guidance of the heavenly Tao and went to the primordial world to collect the five-colored stone. The five-colored stone was not an ordinary item. It was made of the essence of the five elements. It was one of the best materials to refine postnatal supreme treasures. The power of the five elements was the foundation of heaven and earth. Only this kind of power that belonged to the origin of heaven and earth could repair the heaven realm. Of course, the five elements here referred to the Khanate five elements and not the postnatal five elements. Therefore, Nua was needed. Only the Khanate Supreme Treasure Qiankuan Cauldron could refine Khanate items. Otherwise, there were many people in the primordial world who could refine the five-colored stone. Why would he give such great merit to Nua? While Nua was collecting the five-colored stone, the other great divine abilities were not idle either. They were looking for the fragments of the heaven realm. It was not enough to repair the heaven realm with the five-colored stone alone. They had to make up for the fragments that they had lost. With the secret help of the heavenly Tao, Nua soon collected all the five-colored stone in the primordial world. At the same time, those great divine abilities also found all the space fragments of the heaven realm that they could find and handed them to Nua. Therefore, Nuwa directly smelted the five-colored stone and the fragments of the heaven realm at the gap of the heaven realm to refine an item to mend the heavens. During this process, the Grandmaster of Heaven finally returned with the 4 legs of the black tortoise. After that, the saints worked together and placed the 4 legs of the black tortoise in the 4 directions of the world, turning them into pillars that supported the world tree to support the sky. In this way, the heaven realm was completely stabilized. Feng Zichen also took back the god Pangu. 100 years later, the Qinkuan cauldron opened. The item to mend the heavens was completed. It was a ball of dazzling 5-colored brilliance, and a rich aura of creation flowed around it. After that, Nuwa rode on Qinghuan, lifted the ball of 5-colored brilliance, and flew towards the gap of the heaven realm. As if water and milk blended together, the 5-colored brilliance melted like water when it came into contact with the gap of the heaven realm, slowly repairing the gap of the heaven realm. However, the great war between the witches and demons was too tragic. Some of the fragments of the heaven realm had completely disappeared and could no longer be found. This caused a part of the heaven realm to be unable to be repaired. Sigh. Nuwa sighed. Suddenly, she disintegrated her saint body and turned into a ball of the origin of creation, blocking the last gap of the heaven realm. Mend the heavens with her body. When the heaven and earth were lacking, she had to mend it with her body. This was another reason why Nuwa had to mend the heavens. If the 5-colored stone was not enough to mend the heavens, then as the master of creation, Nuwa could use herself to replace the 5-colored stone. This was something that other saints could not do. Only Nuwa, who was proficient in the path of creation, could do it. For Nuwa, although she would not die if she disintegrated her saint body, it was still a huge loss. That was the body of the innate god-fiend that she had refined for hundreds of millions of years, and it contained most of her power. It was gone just like that. The impact on her strength could be said to be extremely huge. In the future, Nuwa's strength was ranked last among the 6 saints. Even Zhuanti was not as strong as her. There might be a reason for this. The power contained in Nuwa's saint body was enormous. Not only did it repair the heaven realm, but even the broken 9 heavens were also affected. They recovered from their decline and were rejuvenated. Even the tree of world had benefited from it. It had grown a lot higher, and the heaven realm had expanded a little. Buzz. A small piece of 5-colored stone fell from the sky and flew somewhere in the untainted land. That was the divine stone of mend the heavens. It should give birth to a life in the future. Of course, it could also be found and refined into a magic treasure. Who could predict the future? Merciful and compassionate maiden Nuwa. Praise Nuwa. When everyone saw that Nuwa had sacrificed herself to mend the heavens, they hurriedly kowtowed and thanked her. They even praised her. Even the great divines bowed slightly to show their respect. The boundless starry sky. Feng Zichen operated the galaxy cosmic light array. Specks of starlight scattered and floated toward the untainted land. That was the star power of the heavens. The star power of the heavens had never appeared in the untainted land since the demon clan took control of Zhousing. Although this star power could not be compared with the star power of Zhousing in the ancient times when it was at its peak. But it was much more than when the demon clan took control of Zhousing. Specks of starlight sprinkled down. It was unusually gentle, like flowing water, nourishing the untainted land. It also seemed to be able to heal the wounds in the hearts of all living beings and bring them different comfort. With God Pangu around, Feng Zichen could continuously absorb chaos chi from the great chaos outside the realm. He no longer cared about the power of the stars. It was better to let them scatter into the untainted land to avoid being tainted with monstrous negative karma. It would also give him a good reputation. He might even be able to obtain some merit. At this point, the calamity of the untainted land had finally subsided. The rest, he only needed to rebuild the mountains and rivers. However, there was no need for the saints to do anything. Chapter 5:19. Looking at the battle between the liches and demons, it was really magnificent. Mount Buzhou collapsed, the heavenly realm was shattered, and the chaos demon god broke out of the seal, and the barrier between heaven and earth was almost destroyed. After that, the liches and demons used the power of their clans to transform into the gate of liches and demons to protect the primordial world. The Grand Pure One supported the heavens. The Ziwei Star Master appeared out of nowhere and repaired the boundless starry sky with one hand. The World Tree appeared to support the heavens and earth. The Black Turtle sacrificed itself and transformed into the 4 pillars that supported the heavens. The Nuwa sacrificed herself and used her body to mend the heavens. Those things were all myths of myths, enough to be passed down through the ages and praised by future generations. Buzz buzz buzz. The disaster subsided, and the heavenly path appeared. It was time to reward them based on their contributions. Who should take the lead in saving the world this time? It had to be Feng Zichen. Therefore, the first person to be rewarded by the heavenly path was Feng Zichen. Boundless merit gathered. It was more than half of the Earth transformation cycle. However, Feng Zichen did not absorb the merit. Instead, he waved his hand and sent it into Zhouxing to repair the stars. At this moment, he had just broken through and would not be able to advance any further in a short period of time. Therefore, it was useless to keep the merit. It was better to use it to repair the stars and increase the strength of Pengu. There was probably going to be a tough battle. The saints would never sit back and watch him master Zhouxing and become the lord of the boundless starry sky. It was not easy to kill Dijun. How could the saints allow an existence to replace Dijun to appear? Then what was the point of them trying their best to kill Dijun? Besides, if Feng Zichen really became the lord of the boundless starry sky, then wouldn't all their previous efforts be for Feng Zichen? It wasn't easy to get rid of Dijun, but not only did he fail to reap any benefits, he even got himself into trouble. There was even a possibility that he might encounter an opponent even stronger than Dijun. How could the sages allow such a thing to happen to themselves? If that was the case, would he still want his face? Therefore, after the Heavenly Tao Awards, those saints would definitely attack Feng Zichen at the first possible moment. Not to mention suppressing it, at the very least, they had to trap it in the boundless starry sky. With such a difficult future ahead, how could Feng Zichen not think of ways to improve his strength? Speaking of which, it was rather laughable. Feng Zichen hated external forces the most. However, up until now, he had mostly relied on external forces. The number of times he had relied on his own strength to act could be counted on one's fingers. In the end, he would become the person he hated. He didn't know if he was lucky or unlucky. The Qi of Merit was indeed worthy of the name of the primordial world all-purpose oil. After absorbing the Qi of Merit, Zhouxing's origin recovered a lot and became brighter. More star power was emitted from their bodies and floated to the primordial world, bringing boundless vitality to everyone. Under this influence, the power of the galaxy cosmic light array increased by another level. God Pengu could already unleash the power of the 10th heaven of primordial chaos. Today, Feng Zichen was no longer the cultivation novice of the past. He had more or less understood the primordial chaos realm. The primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian was divided into 12 levels. It was said that one step was equivalent to ascending to heaven, so it was also known as the 12 levels of primordial chaos. Dao ancestor Hongjun was too unfathomable. Everyone could only guess that he had at least the 10th heaven of primordial chaos. As for the specific level, no one knew. Anyway, he had not transcended the primordial chaos realm. Under Dao ancestor Hongjun was the first disciple of the celestial sect, Saint Taiqing. Over the years, he had worked hard to cultivate and had already reached the 6th heaven of primordial chaos realm. After him was goddess Nuwa. Mending the Tao and becoming a saint was the Lord of creation, the mother of all things. Goddess Nuwa's strength was far from what it looked like on the surface. She was at the 5th heaven of primordial chaos realm. However, in order to mend the heavens, she had dismembered her saint body, causing her strength to be greatly reduced. It was estimated that she would become the weakest existence among the saints for a long time in the future. After Nuwa, it was Heavenly Lord Yuanshi and Sect Master Tongtian. They were also at the fifth heaven of primordial chaos realm. After them were Hudu, Taoist Jain, and Taoist Juant. They were at the fourth heaven of primordial chaos realm. Hudu reached the Tao later, so she could not catch up with the three pure ones in a short time. As for Saint Juanti and Saint Juanti, it was purely because of a lack of resources. In terms of innate conditions, they could not even compare to Zenyuanzi, let alone the three pure ones. As for the cultivation after the saint realm, the three pure ones had Pangu's mark. Nyua could go to the purple cloud palace to ask for guidance at any time. Hudu could comprehend the samsara disk of chaos. As for Juanti, he could only cross the river and figure it out by himself. Therefore, how could they catch up with other saints in terms of cultivation? After rewarding Feng Zichen, the next target of the heavenly axiom was the Tree of World. In the sky, golden light shone. More than 70% of Feng Zichen's black-yellow merit fell into the body of the Tree of World. The Tree of World absorbed a small part of the merit as nutrients for growth. The rest of the merit formed three fruits. The black-yellow merit fruit. Every single one of them contained supreme fortune, enough to allow one to become a golden immortal immediately. The next one was Nyua. It was equivalent to 50% of Feng Zichen's black-yellow merit. It was bestowed by the heavenly axiom as a reward to Nyua. Nyua did not absorb the merit. Instead, she combined it with the power of creation and refined it into an innate God-fiend body. However, it was a pity that Nyua's holy body had been nourished by the path of creation for countless years. It had long been refined to an extraordinary state. It was far from being comparable to this black-yellow body. After that, it was the black tortoise's turn. No matter what, it had a share of the heavenly axiom, so it had a lot of merit. A portion of merit equivalent to half of what the Tree of World had obtained flew to the black tortoise's indestructible true spirit. Then, it took the merit and reincarnated. Now, this is interesting. At this moment, Feng Zichen suddenly looked at the heavenly axiom with a gloating look. He had silently calculated just now. In such a short time, the black-yellow merit bestowed by the heavenly axiom had already added up to 5 times of the reincarnation merit. That was not a small matter. The black-yellow merit did not appear out of thin air. It was condensed from the origin of heaven and earth. Every time it was bestowed, a portion of the origin of heaven and earth would be missing. This was a weakening of heaven and earth, and it was also a burden. Of course, occasionally bestowing some to the heavens and earth was not a big deal. But like today, bestowing a large amount of black-yellow merit at once was equivalent to drawing the blood of heaven and earth. No matter how rich the origin of heaven and earth in the primordial world was, it could not withstand such a creation. He was afraid that after this wave, the power of the heavenly axiom would also fall to the bottom. This was not a good thing for the heavenly axiom. However, it was not the heavenly axiom's doing not to reward someone with merit. It was against the fairness of the heavenly axiom. Feng Zichen was now waiting for the heavenly axiom to make a choice. Would it reward or not? After bestowing the merit to the black tortoise, the heavenly axiom hovered in the void for a long time before it symbolically gave some merit to everyone. At the same time, an extremely mysterious message appeared in everyone's hearts. Ha! Merits offset demerits. I'm dying of laughter. The heavenly axiom really knows how to play. After understanding this information, Feng Zichen laughed so hard that he almost cried. Previously, in order to stop the liches from continuing to fight, they exchanged a blow with the liches and demons. It was also this blow that caused the collapse of Mount Buzhou, and the apocalyptic calamity began from here. It could be said that everyone had to bear a part of the responsibility for the apocalyptic calamity of the primordial world. The heavenly axiom seized this reason and blamed the destruction of the world on everyone, causing their previous efforts to save the world to become atonement. That was to atone for their sins. Then naturally, there was no need to give merit anymore. However, in the end, the heavenly axiom was the most benevolent. The heavenly axiom could not bear for everyone to work for nothing, so it symbolically gave them some merit as an incentive. If it were not for Nuwa sacrificing herself, he probably would not have been able to obtain merit. For a moment, everyone's expressions became extremely ugly. After working so hard for half a day, not only did they not obtain any benefits, they almost bore the title of a sinner who destroyed the world. What else? Was there anything more *ket up than this? On the other hand, the liches and demons had saved the world because they had everyone to share the blame. In addition, their performance in this great calamity was extremely outstanding. Although they did not obtain any benefits, it could be considered as offsetting their previous sins and being able to survive. Seeing everyone's ugly expressions, the liches and demons, who were afraid that they would be implicated, hurriedly left this place. Xianming brought the remaining liches and went to the netherworld to seek refuge with the hoodoo. The 10 great demon gods brought the remaining demons to the 100,000 mountains to live in seclusion, waiting for the return of the demon emperor. As for the heaven realm, the 10 great demon gods were not fools. Of course, they would not continue to occupy this place foolishly. Without enough strength, they still dared to covet the heaven realm, the center of power in the primordial world. Wasn't that courting death? Suddenly, Feng Zichen looked in the direction of the saint and let out a bewildered voice. In his eyes, in the void that no one could see, there was an endless amount of sin gathering on the saint's body. What's going on? Feng Zichen was really shocked. In this great calamity, the saint's performance could be said to be impeccable. He had even made great contributions to the primordial world. It was already too much for the heavenly Tao not to reward them. Now, he had even given them boundless sins. This was really... Seeing this scene, even Feng Zichen, who had regarded the saint as an imaginary enemy, could not help but feel a little wronged for the saint. From this, it could be seen. What the heavenly Tao did this time was really too much. As for whether Feng Zichen had seen wrongly or not, that was impossible. His eyes were called the heavenly Tao's purple eyes. They came from the same source as the heavenly Tao and had the power of the sun and the moon. They could be said to be the second strongest eyes in the primordial world. They were second only to the heavenly Tao's eyes. The eye of heavenly punishment. It was precisely because Feng Zichen's eyes were so powerful that he could see things that others could not, just like the endless sins that were gathering on the saint's body. Just as Feng Zichen was thinking, the endless sins had already gathered and rushed towards the 6 saints. The expressions of the 6 saints became extremely ugly at this moment. As the parties involved, they naturally knew more than Feng Zichen. After thinking for a while, they understood where the sins came from. Dereliction of duty. No, dereliction of duty. Serious dereliction of duty. Why did the saint exist? It was to assist the heavenly Tao in managing the primordial world. However, under their management, such a big thing had happened in the primordial world. If this was not dereliction of duty, what was? No matter how outstanding their performance in the tribulation was, it could not change the fact that they had dereliction of duty. In the eyes of the heavenly Tao, what they thought was saving the world was just a remedy after the incident. It was what they should do. It was their duty. Dereliction of duty caused the primordial world to almost be destroyed. This great crime of destroying the world was to be blamed on the saint. After all, the primordial world was born under their management. Of course, the heavenly Tao had to settle the score with them. Therefore, the current situation was created. This endless sin was the punishment given to the saint by the heavenly Tao. Of course, these sins seemed serious. But in fact, it could only be considered a small punishment, because the saint was not tainted by karma. Even if these sins were 10 times more, they would not be able to hurt them. Of course, karma could not hurt the saint, but those who were closely related to the saint would be unlucky. For example, their disciples. The pitch-black karma pounced fiercely at the saint. However, the saint was protected by the heavenly Tao. An invisible barrier appeared beside the saint. No matter how the karma acted, it could not even touch the corner of the saint's clothes. Every time the karma rushed to the saint's side, it would be fiercely shaken away. After working hard for a period of time, the karma saw that it could not do anything to the saint, so it followed the connection and pounced on their disciples. This was a transfer. The saint was not tainted by karma, but their disciples did not have this ability. The karma followed the karma between the master and disciple and transferred to the disciple. This was called the disciple serving the master when he had something to do. Did they really think that they could sit back and relax after acknowledging the saint as their master? As the saying goes, the more you get, the more you lose. Acknowledging the saint as their master would certainly give them his protection, but they would also have to be responsible for the saint's mistakes. The saint could not be wrong, then the one who was wrong would be the saint's disciple. At this time, the benefits of having merit were reflected. Among the 6 saints, Nua's merit was the strongest and richest. Moreover, she had directly abandoned her sacred body in this great calamity, which could be considered a huge price. The heavenly Tao was fair, therefore, it did not make things too difficult for Nua, it was just a symbolic punishment for him. The karma that surged towards her was directly purified by the merit. As for the other saints, they did not have so much merit, they could only watch helplessly as the boundless karma surged towards their disciples. As the most powerful existence among the disciples of the saints, Xianqing naturally had the most karma that surged towards him. But he did not care, because Xianqing had too much merit on him. Whether it was the merit of setting up the currency, the merit of the path of Qi core, the merit of the teleportation array, the merit of the array disk, the merit of establishing the path of talismans, the merit of opening up the Pure Land. It was enough for him to be fearless of karma. Moreover, Xianqing still had the 12th grade White Lotus of purification in his hands. Chapter 520. As the name implied, the 12th grade White Lotus of Purification was a top-grade innate spirit treasure of the path of purification. It had the ability to purify all the filth in the world. That was the nemesis of karma. Karma was also a kind of filth. It was just karma. What did Xianqing have to fear? Before the monstrous karma approached Xianqing, the golden light of merit that enveloped his body naturally sensed it. Dazzling golden light blossomed. It was warm but not scorching, peaceful but not violent. Wherever it passed, all the darkness and filth would quickly recede like snow exposed to the sun. In the blink of an eye, the monstrous karma that surged over dissipated under the counterattack of the golden light of merit. During this period, Xianqing did not even do anything at all. He only relied on the automatic counterattack of the golden light of merit to resolve the karma that made the saint frown. Sometimes, merit was just so useful. Xianqing had a lot of merit on him and was not afraid of karma. However, the disciples of the other 4 sects were not so lucky. Boundless karma came from the void and spread to the bodies of all the disciples of the 4 sections. Not all of the disciples were tainted with karma. For example, Duobao had the merit of creating the array disk, the Yang clan had the merit of protecting the clan, they had merit to protect them, so they were able to survive this disaster that involved the fish in the moat. So, they were really pitiful. These disciples. They had not made any mistakes. But they were inexplicably implicated by their teachers, causing them to be tainted with karma at such a young age. Don't underestimate the role of karma. Among the many disciples of the 4 sects, other than Xianqing and the Yang clan, the rest had not attained the Daoyuo Dao fruit and cultivated the Daoyuo Jingxian. They were all in the Golden Immortal Realm or the Tai Jingxian realm. Originally, they all had a bright future. Under the protection of the saint, they had a high chance of cultivating the Daoyuo Jingxian. But now, an accident had caused them to be entangled with karma. If they could not eliminate these karma, they would not have any hope of becoming the Daoyuo Jingxian in the future. This can't even be called bad luck. Then what would be considered bad luck? How miserable. The disciples of the saints were really pitiful. Tiasketistisk, no wonder. I was wondering why there wasn't a single disciple of the sages who could fight in the future. So this was the reason. At this moment, Feng Zichen had a look of realization. In the future, the strength of a sage was truly terrifying. However, The performance of their disciples was somewhat unsatisfactory. It could even be said that it was very bad. Other than Duobao, there was no one else who could fight. So this was the root of it. With so much karma entangling them, they would have a hard time in the future. Not to mention improving his strength, just being able to maintain his current strength was already very difficult. It was no wonder that after the disciples of Chan school joined the Western sect in the future, their strength began to improve by leaps and bounds. It was all because the Western sect lacked resources. Therefore, they took a different path on the path of cultivation, focusing on accumulating merit and refining qi as a supplement. With more merit, the negative karma would naturally dissipate. The disciples of Chan school, who had extraordinary aptitude, had been suppressed for so many years. How could their cultivation not improve by leaps and bounds? By the way, Feng Zichen also discovered something interesting. That was, the heavenly Tao's punishment of the saints was equal. That was to say, the negative karma that the 6 saints bore was the same. However, the number of disciples was different. At this time, whoever had more disciples would be the one to take advantage of the situation. The Grand Master of Heaven had tens of thousands of disciples. The monstrous negative karma surged over. In fact, there was not much that landed on everyone's heads. The Grand Pure One only had 1 disciple, and he had a lot of merit. It was easier to protect him. However, for the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and Zhuan Ti, it was a little troublesome. During the God Conferment Tribulation, the disciples of Chan school were not as good as the disciples of Jie school. After the world returned to normal, the myriad Tao returned to its original position. The baptism of heaven and earth that should have been given to Feng Zichen finally appeared. Buzz, 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 the world rumbled as the myriad Tao appeared. Zhouxing was also filled with endless joy. Even the heavenly Tao lowered its gaze. Whoosh, in the void. 10,000 rays of light appeared out of thin air. It was extremely dazzling and released a mysterious and unfathomable power. That was the essence of the great Tao. It was the essence of the myriad Tao of heaven and earth. It had unimaginable power. Boom. As the essence of the myriad Tao appeared, a phenomenon appeared in the void. It was extremely mysterious. The great Tao resonated together. Flowers fell and golden lotuses bloomed. They surged towards Feng Zichen. That was the blessing of the myriad Tao. Boom, boom. Zhouxing was also trembling. Wisps of origin flew out and surged towards Feng Zichen. This was the blessing of the stars. Even the high and mighty heavenly Tao represented the world and bestowed a heavenly Tao origin. The blessing of heaven and earth. The entire primordial world was celebrating the birth of the great Ziwei Star Lord. The myriad Tao resonated. At that moment, Feng Zichen felt that he was extremely powerful, as if he had endless power. Even a saint would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. That was not an illusion. That was the truth. The current Feng Zichen was blessed by the myriad Tao and the heaven and earth. Making an enemy of him was making an enemy of the entire heaven and earth. Just think about it. How mighty was the power of the primordial world? Even if the Chaos Fiend God came personally, he would not be able to escape the fate of being suppressed. Not to mention a saint. It could be said that at this moment, Feng Zichen was an invincible existence in the primordial world. However, it was a pity that this power was only temporary. When the power of heaven and earth faded away, Feng Zichen would be beaten back to his original state. But that was enough. Such a powerful power, even if it was only temporary, was enough for Feng Zichen to complete something that should have been done long ago. That was to take away the authority of the sun's star. The next moment, Feng Zichen's spiritual will, wrapped in the majestic power of heaven and earth, rushed out and surged towards the sun star. The sun star. One of the 3 supreme stars of the primordial world. If he wanted to truly control the boundless starry sky, the first thing he had to do was to control the 3 supreme stars in his own hands. Only in this way could he be considered to have the boundless starry sky in his pocket. As for the other stars, compared to the 3 supreme stars, they were not so important. The Emperor star was Feng Zichen's natal star. The moon star, in a sense, was also under Feng Zichen's control. Only the sun star had nothing to do with Feng Zichen. Therefore, when he was strong enough, he naturally had to make a move on the sun star at the first possible moment and control it in his hands to prevent others from getting ahead of him. Swish! The distance of billions of miles did not seem to exist under Feng Zichen's spiritual will. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the sun star. Then, he ignored the blazing true fire of the sun and directly rushed towards the core of the sun star. Huff, huff, the closer he got to the depths of the sun, the hotter the true fire of the sun around him became. In the end, the true fire of the sun had already taken on a form. It was either the form of a fire crow, the form of a heavenly dragon, or the shadow of a fire tree. There were all kinds of them. However, they had one thing in common. After seeing Feng Zichen, they all crazily spewed out the true fire of the sun and pounced on him as if they were going to kill the intruder. Humph! Seeing this scene, Feng Zichen's face turned cold. He snorted slightly and a terrifying pressure spread out. In an instant, these fire spirits were turned into ashes. These creatures were all spirits born from the true fire of the sun. They could be said to be fire spirits. They were all good at playing with fire. However, under the suppression of Tai and Dijun, these fire spirits could not even give birth to intelligence, let alone transform. It was precisely because of this that the true fire of the sun had burned for countless years, but not a single creature was born. Even so, Tai and Dijun did not let them go. The two brothers used their great magic to imprison these fire spirits in the sun star and turn them into guards to protect the safety of the sun star. Even now, Dijun and Tai had fallen. The forbidden spell that they cast on the fire elves did not weaken at all. It was still working, making the fire elves firmly abide by their duties. Thinking about it, the sun star was the foundation of Tai and Dijun. How could it be so easy to break into? There must be many tricks set up by Tai and Dijun inside. In the depths of the sun star, the strength of the fire spirits was even stronger. There were even fire spirits whose strength was not inferior to Daluo Jingxian's. However, at this time, Feng Zichen was invincible in the primordial world. Not to mention Daluo Jingxian, even a quasi-saint was far from being his match. Therefore, Feng Zichen relied on his powerful strength and rampaged all the way to the core of the sun star. During this period, anyone who dared to block the way was killed by Feng Zichen with a single blow. Fusang tree? Looking at the golden tree in front of him, Feng Zichen frowned. The core of the sun star was behind this tree. In other words, this tree was the last test for Feng Zichen to go to the core of the sun star. This old tree was not easy to deal with. Fusang tree, one of the 10 great primordial spiritual roots of the primordial world. It grew on the sun star to suppress the restless true fire of the sun. Its cultivation was at least at the peak of the quasi-saint realm. There were rumors in the future that the Fusang tree had long been possessed by Dijun and became his clone. After his death, he walked in the primordial world with the name of the Nine Suns Emperor. If it had been when he had just transmigrated, Feng Zichen might have believed it without a doubt. But from the looks of it now, these words were simply nonsense. Not to mention that the Fusang tree had suppressed the sun star for many years and had extremely deep merit. How foolish would it be to possess him? Wasn't it afraid of provoking the heavenly punishment? At that time, he wouldn't even know how he died. Besides, as one of the 10 great primordial spiritual roots of the primordial world, if it was so easy to possess, it would be too unworthy of his name. Not to mention, with the difficulty of the primordial spiritual root's transformation, even if Dijun possessed the Fusang tree, it would probably be very difficult for him to transform. Among the 10 great primordial spiritual roots of the primordial world, only 2 people had transformed. One was the primordial hollow willow Yangmei Immortal, and the other was the primordial Bodhi tree, Taoist Kundi. Of these 2, one was the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, and the other was a saint. It could be seen how extraordinary the 10 great spiritual roots were. It was also because they were too extraordinary that it was almost impossible for the 10 great primordial spiritual roots to transform. Therefore, no matter what, Di-jun would not possess the Fusang tree. Firstly, he might not succeed. Secondly, even if he succeeded, he might not be able to obtain any benefits. It might even cause his life to be in danger. How could Di-jun do such a strenuous and thankless task? Since the Fusang tree had nothing to do with Di-jun, why did he block his way? He could not transform. It was useless to have the sun star. Moreover, as a divine object that suppressed the true fire of the sun, no matter who controlled the sun star, the status of the Fusang tree would not be shaken. In fact, the later Sun Star Master had to treat him with respect so as not to offend him. In Feng Zichen's heart, he did not intend to make things difficult for the Fusang tree. He even wanted to curry favor with it. However, it was somewhat thought-provoking that the Fusang tree was blocking the way at this time. Could it be that after so many years of companionship, he and the brothers Di-jun and Tai-yi had developed feelings for each other and wanted to protect the Sun Star for them after they died and wait for them to return? All kinds of guesses appeared in Feng Zichen's mind. Poor Wei Fusang greets the Emperor Star Master. Just as Feng Zichen was feeling puzzled, the Fusang tree opened its mouth and bowed to him. Greetings, fellow Taoist Fusang. May I know why you are here, fellow Taoist? Feng Zichen returned the bow and asked directly. As he spoke, a terrifying aura rose from his body and locked onto the Fusang tree. It was as if the other party could not say a satisfactory result, he would receive a thunderous blow. Now, his fist was the biggest, so he naturally did not need to reason with others. That was because his reason was the greatest reason of the primordial world. Beating around the bush and not being able to get to the main point was a situation that would only happen when their strength was similar. If there was a huge difference in strength between the two sides, then of course, the stronger side would say whatever they wanted. Not to mention, Feng Zichen did not have much time to talk nonsense with the Fusang tree. It was better to get to the main point. Who knew how long his current strength could last? It was better to save some time. There must be a method left behind by Di-jun in the core of the sun. There was still a tough battle to fight there. Star Master, don't misunderstand. I'm here because I have something to ask of you. The Fusang tree smiled bitterly and said, What is it? Feng Zichen replied concisely. I know that the Star Master has come here to control the Sun Star. However, there is the life mark left behind by Di-jun in the core of the Sun Star. If he uses all his strength, he can even exert strength that is not inferior to his true body. Therefore, the Star Master's trip might not be very smooth. However, with this old man's help, the Star Master will definitely get what he wants on this trip. The Fusang tree did not say its request. Instead, it beat around the bush with Feng Zichen. Conditions. Feng Zichen still said concisely. He was not afraid of Di-jun's mark. Not to mention the two marks, even if the two of them were resurrected at this time, they would not be a match for the current Feng Zichen. Chapter 521. But in that case, it would undoubtedly delay some time and affect the next operation. Therefore, Feng Zichen planned to listen to the conditions of the Fusang tree. If they were not excessive, he did not mind doing the Fusang tree a favor. I have no other intentions. I only hope that after the Master of the Stars controls the sun, you can use the origin of the sun to condense an innate God-fiend body for me. The Fusang tree said excitedly. He had planned this for a long time. Even when Tai Di-jun was still alive, he had proposed it to the two of them. For this, he had made all kinds of promises. Unfortunately, Di-jun still refused. It was also because of this that the relationship between the Fusang tree and the two brothers was not good. Originally, the Fusang tree was already in despair. But it did not expect that things would take a turn for the better. The two brothers, Tai Di-jun, who were almost invincible, had actually fallen. The will of heaven had revealed that the boundless starry sky would welcome a new master. At that time, the Fusang tree knew that its chance had come. If it could get the help of the new master of the boundless starry sky, then its plan would definitely succeed. Therefore, the Fusang tree came. It appeared before the core of the sun. Because it knew. If it wanted to control the boundless starry sky, it had to control the sun star. Then the new master of the boundless starry sky would definitely pass by this place. The Fusang tree wanted to be free. But it could not transform. For this, it thought hard for a long time and finally came up with a feasible solution. That was to abandon its physical body and appear in the primordial world with a new identity. But the indestructible true spirit of the Fusang tree was too strong. In the primordial world, the only thing that could carry its true spirit was the origin of the sun star, which was of the same origin as it. Therefore, it begged Dijun to use the origin of the sun star to create a body of the innate god-fiend level for it to carry its true spirit. In order to achieve this goal, the Fusang tree even promised to serve Dijun. But Dijun thought for a long time and still refused. This was because the Fusang tree was formed from the essence of the sun star. It would definitely weaken the luck of the sun star, which would greatly affect Dijun and Tai. In order to prevent the sun star's luck from dissipating, Dijun didn't even allow other living beings to appear on the sun star. He even imprisoned all the fire spirits. From this, it can be seen that he valued the luck of the sun. How could Dijun agree to the Fusang tree's request? Being rejected was normal. Fellow Taoist, you sure know how to joke. If I let you take the form of the essence of the sun star, it would be hard to say whether the sun star would belong to me or you. Looking at the expectant Fusang tree, Feng Zichen said with a hint of mockery. He had almost guessed the Fusang tree's plan. Feng Zichen understood the Fusang tree's desire for freedom. However, understanding was one thing. He would never agree to the Fusang tree's suggestion. Again, if the Fusang tree took the form of the sun star, who would the sun star belong to? One had to know that. The innate star god had absolute dominance over the stars. Feng Zichen didn't think that after the Fusang tree took form, he would be able to snatch the dominance of the sun star from his hands. Star Master, don't misunderstand. I really don't have any thoughts about the sun star. Oh right, I can also make a heavenly oath. If I have any thoughts about the sun star, then let the heavens and earth destroy me. Now, Feng Zichen could be said to be the only hope of the Fusang tree. Seeing that he had the intention to refuse, the Fusang tree immediately became a little anxious. It quickly explained and even wanted to make a heavenly oath. Hearing this, Feng Zichen was a little hesitant. He felt that since the Fusang tree had already said so much, if he didn't agree, it would seem a little unreasonable. Moreover, if the Fusang tree could take form, it was very likely that it would become the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian in the future. No matter how bad it would still be a top-notch great magician. If he were to do him a favor today, he would definitely gain his friendship, and he would also be able to gain a powerful ally for himself. Not to mention, in this matter, he would only lose some of the sun star's origin. It was really nothing. This deal seemed to be doable. Star Master, think about it. Although Dijun Tai has fallen, they have already cultivated to the immortal and indestructible primordial chaos Tao realm. Sooner or later, they will return and compete with you for the position of Sun Star Master. At that time, although Star Master is the lord of the boundless starry sky and has a noble status, to the Sun Star, you are just an outsider. How can you compete with Dijun Tai brothers? If I can become the innate god-fiend born by the Sun Star, then things will be much simpler. I will definitely share some of the pressure for you, Star Master. After Dijun Tai brothers return, the first person they will deal with will definitely be me. After that, it will be your turn. Moreover, after I transform with the origin of the Sun Star, the impact on Dijun Tai will not be so great. Once I am born, I will definitely share the favor of the Sun Star on Dijun Tai brothers. In this way, the luck on the two of them will not be as strong as before. Correspondingly, their strength will more or less be affected. Seeing that Feng Zichen was about to waver, the Fusang tree hurriedly struck while the iron was hot and told him about the various benefits that it brought after transforming with the origin of the Sun Star. The Fusang tree's words really touched Feng Zichen's heart. The return of Dijun Tai brothers was inevitable and unstoppable. As long as there were still traces of them in the world, they could rely on this to return. Therefore, Feng Zichen had been worried about how he could protect the Sun Star after Dijun Tai brothers returned. The position of the Lord of the Boundless Starry Sky was definitely something that no one could snatch away. However, it was not necessarily the case for the Sun Star. Compared to Feng Zichen, the brothers Dijun Tai brothers were the biological sons of the Sun Star. As for Feng Zichen Tai, he was just an outsider. An outsider was an outsider. How could he be compared to his biological son? Now that his biological son was not around, the Sun Star could still tolerate Feng Zichen Tai brothers controlling him. However, once his biological son returned, Feng Zichen Tai brothers, an outsider, would seem to be in the way. He would definitely be ostracized by the Sun Star. This kind of situation was completely irreversible. Even if he predicted it in advance, he would not be able to change anything. After all, if he wanted to treat his biological son well, everyone would say that he was not. However, if he agreed to the Fusang Tree's plan, everything would be different. In the face of the battle between his biological sons, the Sun Star could only watch from the sidelines to show his fairness. As for Feng Zichen Tai brothers, he could completely stay out of the matter and watch the development of the situation. He could even secretly help the Fusang Tree to prevent it from being defeated by the brothers Dijun Tai brothers. The Fusang Tree's plan was really wonderful. Feng Zichen Tai brothers really had no reason to refuse. From this, it could be seen that the Fusang Tree's desire for freedom was already somewhat desperate. For this reason, it even did not hesitate to offend the brothers Dijun Tai brothers. If Dijun Tai brothers really returned, the person he wanted to kill the most would probably not be Feng Zichen Tai brothers, but the Fusang Tree. Similarly, the person who wanted Dijun Tai brothers to die the most in the primordial world was the Fusang Tree. Fellow Taoist, I agree. If you help me take down the Sun Star, I will use the origin of the Sun Star to condense an innate God-fiend body for you. After making up his mind, Feng Zichen Tai brothers did not hesitate and directly agreed to the Fusang Tree's conditions. He did not bargain or make any more excessive requests, because, in that case, it would not be a favor but an enmity. It's good that the Master of the Stars agrees. I will help the Master suppress the Sun Star right away. Seeing Feng Zichen Tai brothers nod in agreement, the Fusang Tree was so excited that it trembled and quickly replied. The Fusang Tree suddenly soared into the sky. It waved its huge roots and whipped towards the deepest part of the Sun Star. There was a rumble. Under the attack of the Fusang Tree, a huge passage appeared in front of Feng Zichen Tai brothers. Master, at the end of this passage is the core of the sun. As long as you imprint your imprint on the core, you will be in control of the Sun Star. As for the imprint left behind by Dijun Tai, with me suppressing the Sun Star, they will never be able to borrow a trace of the Sun Star's power. In this way, with their own strength, they will definitely not be a match for the Master of the Stars. In the huge tree body, the buzzing sound of the Fusang Tree sounded. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Feng Zichen thanked him and hurriedly followed the passage to the core of the Sun Star. What a thief! How dare you barge into this place? I will definitely not spare you. Feng Zichen had just entered the origin space of the Sun Star. Before he had time to size up his surroundings, he heard two loud roars. Then, two familiar figures appeared in front of Feng Zichen's eyes. It was Dijun and Tai. This was the life imprint that they had left at the core of the Sun Star. It was used to protect the Sun Star so that no one would take the opportunity to snatch the Sun Star when they were not around. Don't underestimate these two life imprints. With the support of the Sun Star, their strength could even reach the level of their true bodies. Therefore, Dijun and Tai were very relieved about this. Unfortunately, the strongest defense was often destroyed from the inside. Dijun and Tai probably would not have expected that their plan, which they thought was perfect, would become a complete joke with the betrayal of the Fusang Tree. The Fusang Tree had the ability to suppress the Sun Star. In addition, with the fall of Dijun and Tai, There was no one on the Sun Star who could keep him in check. It could be said that under the suppression of the Fusang tree, the two imprints left behind by Dijun and Tai could not mobilize even a trace of power from the Sun Star. Die! Looking at Dijun and Tai who were charging at him, Feng Zichen smiled coldly. Then, he clenched his right fist and punched out. Boom! He punched out. The stars moved. Along with Feng Zichen's punch, the illusory images of stars appeared and evolved in the void, forming various worlds. In those worlds, majestic gods and demons appeared. Like Feng Zichen, they clenched their right fists and punched out. Boom! It was as if the universe had collapsed and the universe had been destroyed. A great destructive force erupted from the void. The two imprints left behind by Dijun and Tai were instantly shattered into nothingness. This was the celestial fiend god fist. It was the latest supreme divine ability created by Feng Zichen. Zhouxing evolved into the myriad worlds, using the myriad worlds to produce endless gods and demons. With a combined punch, he struck out with the ultimate power and destroyed everything. What a pity! It's just two imprints. If their original bodies were still here, I would be the one who fell today. Looking in the direction where Dijun and Tai had disappeared, Feng Zichen shook his head and put his thoughts aside. He came to the core of the Sun Star. Although it was called a core, it was more like an eye. Pangu's left eye. The Sun Star was born from the fusion of Pangu's left eye and the land of extreme yang in the primordial world. The star core was like an eye. There was nothing wrong with it. Pangu's left eye. One eye is so powerful. It turned into a supreme sun and brought endless light and vitality to the primordial world. How can I not know how powerful Pangu was when he was at his peak? Looking at Pangu's left eye, Feng Zichen once again sighed at Pangu's power. Every time he approached Pangu's ruins, he would reminisce about Pangu's power. This was his yearning for the strong. It was precisely because of Pangu's benchmark that everyone knew that Daluo Jingxian was not the end of the Great Tao. Primordial Daluo Jingxian was also not the end of the Great Tao. There was an even greater realm above them. As a result, everyone was encouraged to move forward and open up the Daluo realm, the Quasi-Saint realm, and even the Primordial Tao realm. By the way, could there be a part of Pangu's inheritance in Pangu's left eye? Feng Zichen, who was about to put his imprint into Pangu's left eye, suddenly thought of a possibility. With this thought in mind, his movements also stopped. Actually, this idea was a little ridiculous. If Pangu's left eye really contained Pangu's inheritance, it would have been taken away by Tai Dijun a long time ago. How could it be left until today? However, in Feng Zichen's heart, there was a voice that kept telling him. Perhaps, what Tai Dijun took away was only the inheritance of the path of sun on the surface of Pangu's left eye. And they did not take away the inheritance of Pangu that truly belonged to the core. This was because Dijun had roamed the primordial world for so many years, but no one had ever seen them use Pangu's style of magic. Even during the decisive battle between liches and demons, both sides had used all their trump cards, but they had never used them. From this, it could be seen that they really did not obtain Pangu's inheritance. Moreover, regarding intuition, Feng Zichen still believed in it. The higher the realm, the more accurate his intuition was. Now that his premonition was so strong, it meant that there might really be a great opportunity in Pangu's left eye. Then let's give it a try? Anyway, there was nothing to lose if he failed. If he succeeded, he would really make a lot of money. With this thought in mind, Feng Zichen stopped imprinting his imprint. Instead, he activated his supernatural power and revealed the Tao pattern on his forehead that was bestowed by the Great Tao. Zichen. Pangu's Zichen clan. This was the name that the Great Tao had bestowed upon him. It was his true name, and it was also the symbol of his chaos creatures. It was also the key to his transformation into a chaos demon god in the future. Of course. This also represented his true identity as Pangu. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.